Honorable members, at the break, we were debating the fiscal strategy report. I presume we are now ready. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity on behalf of the constituents of South Beach to stand again within these hallowed halls of Parliament today to give my contribution to the 2022 Fiscal Strategy Report. Madam Speaker, before I begin my contribution, I would like to offer condolences to two families in South Beach. The family of the late Taja Gibbs, who was a 12th grade student at C.V. Bethel School, and former nurse Malvise Walker, both of whom were laid to rest this past Saturday. Both families have contributed greatly to the development of South Beach. We just wanted to remind these families that we continue to lift them up in prayer in the coming days and weeks as they mourn. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Works has been charged with the responsibility for the construction, maintenance, and the upkeep of public infrastructure, including bridges, roads, docks, cemeteries, and has several portfolios and corporations under its authority. The Ministry of Works and Utilities and its entities have the responsibility of providing sustainable and adequate level of infrastructure for the benefit of the Bahamian people, wherever they reside throughout this Bahamas. To this end, the Fiscal Strategy Report takes account of this, and the Fiscal Strategy Report takes account of this and reflects the government priorities. Madam Speaker, the government capital expenditure program has allocated an amount of $121.4 million in pursuant to this objective. Funds are allocated for items ranging from water infrastructure, maintenance of public buildings, roads, bridges, drains, and beautification and maintenance of public spaces. Madam Speaker, when this government came into office in 2021, it meant a dire situation with respect to public infrastructure. To put it mildly, almost no work had been done during the previous 4 years. We found a situation where roads were deteriorating, docks and airports were not attended, and in general, the country's infrastructure had become dilapidated. We fast forward to 2023, and as the fiscal strategy notes, we are proceeding with a number of major infrastructural initiatives throughout our nation. A $60 million road development project in Exuma, and included in this project is the provision for water mains in Barataria, Georgetown, and Little Exuma. Additionally, the ministry is about to enter into a PPP for the development of roads in Cat Island and South Eleuthera. All of these projects are aimed at the enhancement of our public infrastructure, providing and priming the pump for further economic expansion. With regards to the Water and Sewage Corporations, Madam Speaker, the supply of safe, reliable, and continuous water is our goal. And we have many Family Island projects ongoing, namely those in Abaco and Eleuthera. From a sewage standpoint, the Water and Sewage Corporation is nearing conclusion of a PPP agreement in the range of $1.8 million to complete works at Malcolm Park Wastewater Treatment Facility. And the Water and Sewage Corporation is in very active discussions for a PPP agreement in the range of $8 million to complete the works of a long-standing issue, the Gladstone Road Wastewater Treatment Facility. With respect to the straw market, Madam Speaker, nothing gives me greater pleasure than to be able to announce that we have begun already the actual construction of a new straw market at Fort Charlotte, which will be supplementary to the main straw market on Bay Street and will be one of the satellite straw markets, which we already have facilities in Paradise Island and Fort Fincastle, and of course in Cable Beach. In Fort Fincastle, Madam Speaker, it is intended that a redevelopment of this fort straw market as a part of the upgrade in the Fort Fincastle area in time for the 50th anniversary celebration. This is in keeping with the government's trust with visitor arrivals to New Providence, and which will provide a direct impact to the vendors and straw business personnel, and of course the livelihood for straw vendors. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't have something to say about the BPL hedge and the question of hedge, which the member for Marcus City has continuously tried to make an issue when in fact it is a non-issue. It can best be described as a tempest in a teapot. For sound economic and financial reasonings, BPL took the decision not to enter into a hedge, as hedging is a matter of timing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of fuel hedging, this is one that I feel really does not arise to a matter of ideological differences. Instead, we are caught up in arguing about the semantics of the strategy and which posture government should have taken or an approach. After careful review of the facts surrounding the matter, Madam Speaker, it appears that it is a proverbial Russian roulette. Like the member for Cat Island around Queen Salvador said this morning, it's a bet. It's a chance. We do not seem to disagree on hedging, or if hedging is necessary, whether it's bad or good. Instead, we are arguing that this one didn't do it like this, and we wouldn't have done it like that versus the next. We are arguing whether hedging earlier was better than hedging later, and whether we should have used it as an automatic strategy versus an optional strategy. Again, these arguments, Madam Speaker, could continue for eternity.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Marcus City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I could not leave it on the public record, the misleading statements that have been given by the member for South Beach. Madam Speaker, we have been absolutely clear on this matter, multiple members on this side. This is not merely a difference of strategy, Madam Speaker. Hedging is not an issue of chance, Madam Speaker. Both the Minister with responsibility for works from Fort Charlotte and the Prime Minister were both given binders, Madam Speaker, with all of the information concerning the hedging program. Included in that information was something I laid previously in the House that gave the history of the program under our administration. The history of the program clearly showed that the hedging program that the member wishes the public to believe is by chance had already accrued a savings of $25 million to the Bahamian people. And it then projected in the very same document an additional savings of somewhere in the vicinity of $50 million. So this was a predictable program, had certain predictable actions been taken. The government failed, contrary to what has just been asserted by the member for South Beach, failed to take the actions which were required. And the action that was required was for the hedge to be executed. So let me finish the point. This morning, the Prime Minister again misled the House by asserting that the $150 million was a cost that was carried over from the former administration. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was completely wrong. There is no record. There was no record of 150 million.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West
misled the House,
Bambam.
and I challenge you to lay on the table
Madam Speaker.
the proof that
Madam
the
Speaker.
150 was a carryover.
Madam Speaker, the member for South Beach has the floor. And the member for South Beach is articulating his position now. He is delivering his contribution to this debate. The member for Cat Island spoke earlier today. The member for Marcos City already spoke. Allow the member to complete his arguments.
I have a point of order. I have a point of order.
Thank you, honourable member. South Beach, you may continue.
$24 million in savings, I'm not certain of. I believe it is 24 million in cash flow, but at the end of the day, it was only $5 million in profit. To that, Madam Speaker, I say that if we have learned nothing else from the global crippling pandemic and the impromptu war that spawned an international shipping crisis that caused delays in inflation and inflation to skyrocket, Madam Speaker, I think we can agree, the world over, that we have learned that in extremely difficult times and circumstances, I think I heard somebody say it in the last administration, there is no playbook. Therefore, Madam Speaker, those selected and elected must govern. They must govern, Madam Speaker, with the goal in mind that as much as possible, their decisions are to be solely and for the best interests of the people. And they must do so, Madam Speaker, tied firmly to their convictions. Madam Speaker, while those elected must govern, they must also consider, think, and forward plan. They must plot and strategize the how. Madam Speaker, governments are always actively engaged in a game of variable unknowns. There is also always the question of what if. And Madam Speaker, the part of the game that I like most in the game of infinite variable unknowns and the endless journey into the worlds of what if is the part where we begin to look futuristically. Madam Speaker, there are some simple facts surrounding this hedging exercise, and those facts are all public. One, the minister said he forwarded the consideration to the Ministry of Finance, who was not in support of hedging at that time for a number of reasons. Two, Madam Speaker, the period the hedging was considered, global incidents had destabilized the world's recently rebounded economy, and fuel prices were much above the low prices we saw in the previous administration or when the previous administration were in office during the pandemic months. Lastly, Madam Speaker, there's the legacy debt, the $150 million that we had to attend to offset any additional issues that could arise as a consequence of us neglecting that reality. These facts, Madam Speaker, are all in the public domain.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marcos City.
Madam Speaker, I put to the Bahamian people that the member for South Beach is misleading the public. I would apologize to the member, to all members present, and to the public if he's able to lay the $150 million debt that when they came to office, BPL had with Shell. Here's my understanding, Madam Speaker, that the board of BPL and its management was very careful to pay off those bills incurred when obtaining fuel. in part because they were engaged in a negotiation. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. They were engaged. They were engaged, Madam Speaker. They were engaged.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahama and Beming.
He raised the point.
Put on the table
No.
documents supporting his argument.
Yes.
If he is not able to, then he ought to take his seat and allow the member who serves as a parliamentary secretary in the ministry to speak authoritatively on the subject.
It's not, but he's misleading the public.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker.
South Beach, you may continue.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The point of order is...
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Because you are a member of parliamentary secretary or you are a minister, doesn't mean you're always going to...
Honourable members, honourable member.
I'm taking issue with what he said. It is not true. I'm asking him to lay the document. Show us that it was 150. I'm saying that
Honourable
the debts
Speaker.
were paid off.
The member had his opportunity this morning.
It was paid off.
In the earlier session, the member had his opportunity,
I'm
Madam
taking
Speaker.
issue with what he said.
Thank you, honourable member.
That he's misleading the public.
South Beach, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These facts, Madam Speaker, as I said, are all in the public domain.
How would the public domain? How's that possible?
What is not a fact, Madam Speaker, what is not a fact, but in my view is more of a hypothesis, is that hedging at the time suggested would have undoubtedly resulted in gains or lower costs. It's not necessarily true, Madam Speaker. What is factual is that hedging is a matter of timing. Had BPL signed a hedging agreement in February 2022, as is being suggested, it would have been hedging at a higher rate when the cost of Brent crude was approximately $120 per barrel.
Point of order. It was.
Let him finish the point. He got to finish the point.
I heard the point.
Finish his point.
Madam Speaker,
Finish it.
Madam Speaker,
Finish his point.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
The point that was made.
Madam Speaker, did you recognize the member?
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
We asserted that in
as I said,
September. So in September.
as I said,
We didn't talk about the 2022 February.
as a pro,
In September.
it was approximately $120 per barrel.
September. of
Executing an agreement at this time, when the cost was at its peak, brought on by the Russian-Ukraine war, would have most certainly resulted in less favorable fuel hedging prices. And of course, tremendous increase, more significantly than where we are today in residential and commercial electricity bills.
He's wrong, man. He's wrong.
Madam Speaker, I understand that politics is a blood sport, you know. And subsequently, I understand it is in the interest of the member for Marco City and side opposite to beat this horse dead. And I congratulate them, Madam Speaker, I congratulate them for their efforts in opposition in doing so. But this Progressive Liberal Party, this government, remains focused and committed to ensuring a holistic, dependable, mature, and sober governance, one that is transparent.
Very sobering.
Transparent, Madam Speaker, or transparency is not perfection. It's not Teflon. Madam Speaker, it isn't even always pretty. But Madam Speaker, let me say clearly that we on this side are not like those who oppose us. We are not puffed up and arrogant. We recognize and accept that we are humans and that we are fallible. And because of our human imperfections, we are conscious that while our best is always intended, our intentions may not always be perceived by those as we intended them. We argue in this place, Madam Speaker, largely for who will be more wrong, who will be more right. in hopes, I assume, and for some of us, is to grab a headline and to have a front page photo in the dailies. But Madam Speaker, what is more important is what do the people out there feel once we are done with the arguments in here.
High electricity bills, black and blue.
As a new age politician and as a younger politician, I understand the value of contrition. Madam Speaker, I understand the perception of compassion, and I understand that sometimes, Madam Speaker, you must be contrite, even in moments when you feel that you did what was right. Madam Speaker, I support the actions taken by this government, and I stand fully behind the member for Fort Charlotte and my senior at the Ministry of Works. I completely endorse his position that there were no guarantees on hedging, and I equally support the decision made by this government in that the need was to correct the error of the price cap and reduce the legacy debt as a matter of priority, as opposed to entering hedging as suggested. Madam Speaker, on this matter, it is my belief that we acted responsibly. I say to my colleagues, and I borrow words from the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, when he once said, our job is to hear and feel the response of the Bahamian people, and to make a determination that we will make adjustments where adjustments are required. Madam Speaker, while we commit to honesty in our doings and contrite behavior in our feelings, let us also commit to even more, to a more modern way, to a greener, cleaner way, a greener, cleaner way of producing and transmitting electricity for the future of this country. Madam Speaker, let us commit to becoming a regional leader in renewable energies that is safe, energy that is safe and aligned with the global message which is being championed by our nation's leader on as many stages as he is allowed, all across this globe. Let us commit to ending political spots just for gaining political points. What's the use? On this matter, let us commit to a gathering of the minds on how to successfully end this vexing issue in rising cost of electricity, so that the Member of Parliament for South Beach, 50 years from today, is not standing on his feet in this place, questioning whether we hedged at the right time, or whether we bought engines that were perfectly compatible for our system, or whether the distribution side is healthy enough to bear the load created by the transmission side. Madam Speaker, we must be intentional. Madam Speaker, we must be intentional. We must be bold, and we must be brave enough to push forward a new day in energy creation for this country. One that does not allow for unscheduled Monday morning blackouts. A new day that cures the issues of the legacy government debt in BPL. A new day that includes and expands investor access to energy generation as sustainable energy production. Madam Speaker, I am committed to all that is necessary to ensure that a better future for BPL, but internally optimistic that we can expand our capabilities and capacities in a way that when we leave this place, people will be thankful that we had ever come to this place. Madam Speaker, I support my minister, his decision, and the government as well. I pray that whenever these speculation sports shall have ended, the decision made will have reflected that they were indeed decisions made in the best interest of the Bahamian people. South Beach rest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini?
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I didn't want to interrupt the good member from South Beach, but this issue of the $150 million in arrears, where the government seems not to want to, or I should say, the government wants to avoid responsibility for it. In October of last year, the government announced that there was a $90 million arrears. $90 million. Right? $90 million. And so now it's at $150 million. Right? But the government announced it was $90 million that they were working with Shell to pay down, correct?
Yes.
So now it's at $150 million that they incurred?
Yes.
The Bahamian people need an explanation on that.
That you incurred. That you incurred. You gave a
Chair
subsidy.
recognizes the honourable member for West
gave a
Grand Bahama and
subsidy.
The
Bimini.
member for St. Barnabas obviously did not hear the member for Cat Island earlier this morning after it was raised by the member for Marco City. It was $150 million, Madam Speaker, when we became the government of the Bahamas, and subsequent payments have brought it down substantially. We're continuing to pay $10 million per month. That is arrears accrued over the many governments, Madam Speaker. That is what was explained earlier today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker.
Marco City?
Madam Speaker, one of the good hallmarks of good governance is to settle these matters with documentation. I would sit, but it would be good if you can just simply bring the documentation that breaks down the 150 and the time period it was accumulated, and we'll rest our case on this. I promise you, we won't get bring that. What I am saying is the previous board said they cleared all debts with Shell because it was a part of a precondition for negotiations with them on other matters. So that is why I'm saying the 150 is accumulated primarily under you all. Under you all. And the Prime Minister admitted he gave subsidies in the millions. He gave subsidies to BPL. The subsidy was supposed to be a pass-through. And unfortunately, that was illegal. So the Prime Minister, in our view, with the Minister of Works, is seeking to recoup funds that it provided in subsidy that we've asked over and over on this side. On what basis did you give a subsidy to BPL? That was one of the questions we didn't get an answer. And are you trying in the $90 million to recoup the subsidy that you gave? Because as you know, fuel charges pass through. The Prime Minister sought to avoid the cost being passed through, which is why he gave subsidy. That's what the facts are. That's what the law is. That's what the facts are.
Thank you, honourable. Thank you.
You explain it. That's what the facts are.
The member for Cat Island is,
Recognizes the honourable member for
Cat Island is
West Grand Bahama and
the
Bimini.
member for Cat Island is to join us now. But let me assure the members for Marco and St. Barnabas, they are the ones, in fact, misleading the public.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rum, Kings, and Salvador.
Say the board said they paid off all the debt for BPL. All of it. They had a clean slate, so everything is incurred by this administration. That's what he said.
Madam Speaker, you know, we are supposed to be honorable men. You know what honor expects of us? When we hear something, we test it before we repeat it to ensure that what we are saying is true. Because I hear a lot of things about a lot of you. And if I'm not going to repeat it. But you all come in here very often and repeat things that scandalizes people, in this sense, on this side. But like I said, point you make now.
About $150 million?
No, the point you make now that you hear that the board said that all monies owed to Shell was paid before they left.
Yeah.
That's a blatant untruth. No. Madam Speaker, this is what I'm talking about when I say honor would expect you to test what you hear. You heard that the board said that everything paid everything. Did you test it? No. And did you test it? Anyone, call BPL right now. No, call your the people, your sources, and they'll tell you,
Madam Speaker, you should be speaking.
they should tell you that that was never paid. See, so you need to test, stop coming in here, don't talk a lay no document. You'll make, no, I'm not above that. No, I'm not above that. What I'm about, Madam Speaker, what I'm speaking, Mr. Speaker, what I'm speaking is that he is saying, he asserts, right, that he heard. Well, prove what you assert. I'm saying to you, it's a blatant untrue. And then I want you to call your sources who feed you all this information about the hedging and all that, and find out from them what was owed to Shell, and at the time they left. And they tell you zero?
You tell them zero. Later document.
Well, I can tell you, you could tell them they lie. Right?
Yes.
They lie. And we'll bring the information to you.
That's all we ask.
No, you asked. No, but that's not what you asked.
That's not what you
You didn't ask that. You came here and made an assertion.
Yes.
You made an assertion.
Look at God. The assertion
Right?
brought you the declaration.
No. What declaration?
Just bring it.
What declaration?
That's all. Bring it.
Stop peddling untruths.
Please.
Stop peddling untruths. Because that is untruth and you're peddling it.
Talking nonsense.
You are peddling untruths. You are peddling untruths. I'm in a position to tell you that Shell was owed over $100 million.
Right, Minister.
And was not paid by the former. The other point you made. The other point you made, Mr. Speaker. The other point you made. The other point you made. You said, I said, you said that I said.
You said, I said, we said,
that we subsidize BPL.
Yes.
I want you to tell me in what context that was said and what did I say?
He said the
Because
balance of the
I was saying that we were paying off, we agreed the circumstances under which we had to make that arrangement. Right? I don't want to talk about it. Right? But we had to. Right? And we said we'll continue to pay this at $10 million until it's done. Right? And for him to come to say, and look how his mouth changes. This morning he said, well, yes, it's 150 million legacy debt, but I was saying, he thought I was pinning it on them alone. He said, but that was built up over several successful administrations. But now he's saying it was paid off. What is it?
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker,
Marcos City.
Madam Speaker, two matters. The member for Cat Island, Rumkey in San Salvador, when speaking with the press, made this point. And the Prime Minister, you may be paraphrased slightly, but it'll be accurate. You made the point that you wanted to spare the Bahamian people the additional financial burden that would have been associated with the proposed 3.2 cents that BPL intended to add to the fuel charge. As a result of your commitment not to have them experience that burden, it was then revealed that you were providing a subsidy to BPL. Now, our understanding of the law, Prime Minister, Ministry of Finance provided BPL with a subsidy. So the question is, what's the subsidy? We ask over and over in the House, how much was it? Was it 3 million? Was it 5 million? So when the 90 million was mentioned, we surmised that the 90 million was the accumulation of the $3 to $5 million provided by the Prime Minister, who felt as if the Bahamian people should not have this burden. What we do know is that you were not entitled by law, to pass on that subsidy. So we asked IRCA, we asked IRCA to intervene to help us understand the subsidy that you're giving. So what our view is that the 150 is the same $90 million that has now ballooned into $150 million. Now, you have said that you will bring the documentation that will dispel that, and we'll be more than happy to read the documentation.
Asmini, the chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, today is the 6th of February. It is the 6th of February for every person in this House. We all woke up in the same country, the same capital. When I woke up this morning, power was not on, and 2 more lives were gone. A Haitian migrant boat arrived in the U.S. using our Bahamian flag as its sail. The Bahamian people have woken up. This PLP administration will only fail. Madam Speaker, I rise for the people of St. Anne's and our wider Commonwealth, giving my contribution to the 2022 Fiscal Strategy Report. This government has spent much already and plans to spend more. This government has missed the mark and lost $150 million of the people's money.
Produce your facts.
Carry on, That's not a
Fuel rates at BPL. Fuel rates at BPL have increased, while water supply in some family islands has for hours ceased. Members of the media have moved on, and Island FM radio station has said, we are gone. Well, it's a new day, Madam Speaker. Well, it's a new day, Madam Speaker. The cost consumers pay for private insurance is going up, and the online registry portal remains down. What's good for the countries is trumped by what's good for the PLP. It's a sad day, Madam Speaker, when our Junkanoo bleachers are filled with desperate protesters. It's a sad day, Madam Speaker, when death threats are given to our Prime Minister. It's a sad day, Madam Speaker, when guests to our port are overwhelmed by hawkers pushing products and harassing their every step. When is it going to end, Madam Speaker? The people have had enough. The people want compassionate representation. The people want protective representation. The people want answers to when the government will remove illegal migrants from our land. The people want answers when a new DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, will be appointed and the backlog of murder cases will be prosecuted. The people want answers on whether the former DPP was on vacation when cases against political figures were nully prosecuted. The people want the laws changed, Madam Speaker, so persons on bail for murder can't be released before trial to murder again. Enough is enough, Madam Speaker. Enough is enough. This government needs to act to address the people's issues. No one trusts what you put down in your blueprint for change. No one believes your chorus on the orange, blue, and green economy. And no one believes the $150 million explanation we received today. Madam Speaker, when you look at page 59 of this report, this is the 5th fiscal strategy report that has been tabled since the FNM created this requirement. The last fiscal strategy report came from the New Day administration. They had a budget that was passed since that last fiscal strategy report, their first fiscal strategy report of the Davis-Cooper-Davis-Hanna administration. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, neither in that first fiscal strategy report or in the budget was there mention of this $150 million in arrears. And I'm going to read the paragraph on page 59. It's the last paragraph. Under the subheading Other, like, you know, not really that serious, but we can't leave it out, so we're just going to put it into the other column. Other, Madam Speaker, the recent disclosure of approximately $150 million of payment arrears of Bahamas Power and Light, BPL, represents a significant unbudgeted liability of the government. The recent disclosure. You've done one fiscal strategy report already, not disclosed. You've done one budget already, not disclosed. You've been in government for 15 months. This report was delayed in being issued because you were waiting on an international report, IMF, I believe it was. How is it possible that after 15 months, historic arrears has been asserted today could still go unnoticed? To be left out of their first fiscal strategy report, to be left out of the first budget that they brought into this House. Now, 15 months later, to be described as a recent disclosure. And Madam Speaker, as I said, no one trusts what you put down in your blueprint. No one believes your course on the orange, blue, and green economy. And no one believes your $150 attempted explanation about this money appearing in the fiscal strategy report. This day, Madam Speaker, this day that the Lord has made, the people are calling on you, government, to change. The people are calling on you to secure our country. Bring down the shanty towns and turn the migrant boats away. You locked up the mango skin girls.
That's important.
You locked up the mango skin girls, but what of the applicants that brought them here in the first place? You got people in this country on work permits that can't even speak English. The people are calling on you to lower the levels of crime. Attempted abductions of young people on our streets, double murders on a Sunday, murderers on bail, rearrested, Madam Speaker, for murdering again. The people are calling on you to protect our nation. Madam Speaker, the people are waiting and watching this government. The people are angered by this New Day administration. Men and women should be able to pass on Bahamian citizenship. Bahamians should be first priority. Bahamians do not want to hear their Prime Minister say to foreign nationals that he and them is one. Bahamians do not want to see Haitian sloops disrespecting our Bahamian flag. Was that flag on that sailboat the flag from the abandoned embassy of the Bahamas in Haiti? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I saw a recent social media post of the opening of a passport office in Cat Island. Two of our most senior national leaders, two of our ministers, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, were both in attendance. And in the photograph, each of them, as though it was a special uniform, were wearing black hats. Madam Speaker, this is the public image. This is the public image that people are seeing. We may think that it's innocent, but a black hat has certain representative values to some people. Now, Madam Speaker, these black hats also had white sailboats with two sails, very much like the Haitian sloop. We have to be mindful of the image we convey, especially in desperate times that we find our nation in now. Bahamians want more protection of women and children that are victims of domestic and gender-based violence.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahama.
A bit more for me and for members of this side and for this country. What does he mean? How does he associate what caps or hats the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs wear with sloops? How and what is he trying to say? And what message is he trying to get across? And is he not being irresponsible by so doing? Please, explain.
Explain. You don't need no gap. Come on. Where's flag? You said you want to flag on the body.
Bahamians want more protection of women and children that are victims of domestic and gender-based violence.
The chair.
Out there for perception. That's what he was just to create.
Yes.
He wants people to believe certain things, which is irresponsible.
Yes.
But we accept your responsibility.
Member, could you please elaborate on the black hat? What is the meaning behind it?
Sometimes the truth, Madam Speaker, only creates more protest. Now, Madam Speaker, this is my time. I'm not here to educate the member for West End and Grand Bahama.
thing, man.
Madam Speaker, for the record, the member's not educating the member for West End and Grand Bahama. I'm just talking about the members being so ridiculously irresponsible. And I'm asking to educate himself. He's a member of this House, has responsibility to this country. You do not send messages out to the country that are irresponsible. So you're not educating anyone with stupidity. That's just stupid. What I'm asking you to do is use your common sense and talk to the Bahamian people so they understand. So no, don't ever believe you're educating West End Bimini, because you don't have the capacity.
Madam Speaker, I know the rule is that you will identify a member of this House before they begin to speak. I don't think you identified Weston just now before we...
It's a racist comment.
Oh, okay.
It is a racist comment. Keep going. Let's keep going. You know my mouth don't have no bridle. I can tell you right now. So I hope you're prepared for it. I hope you're prepared for it. If you want to hear nasty today, you keep going.
Madam Speaker, this is your House. If you want me to continue to listen to him and remain quiet, you must ask him to hold his tongue too.
You keep going.
And remember, I've asked you to elaborate on what the black hat means.
Do you, Madam Speaker, do you want me to elaborate on that, or is
I
that
would love
because
to, yeah.
is that because the government side doesn't understand what the black hat
I'm
means?
interested in knowing.
Well, it's a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle. It's racist, and you know that. Move on from that. I mean, it's ridiculous. Explain it. Explain it. You're putting it. You're explaining what you were insinuating. Withdraw it. Withdraw it. You don't know what I mean.
Where's he going with this, man? It's not going to be accepted.
You gotta sit down. Go ahead with that.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
No, explain that to me.
Bahamians want more protection of women and children that are victims of domestic and gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, do you want me to give an explanation or continue? I thought your hand motion was asking me to continue. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, black hats have relevance in certain faiths, Madam Speaker.
What is that? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Kalani.
Speaker, the member only stated that he saw individuals in black hat. They could be black hat, white hat, green hat, Christmas time. He said nothing beyond that.
Honourable members.
It needs no explanation. No explanation. Madam Speaker.
Honourable member.
We don't need to get directly personal. And I thought the words you used, stupid and whatever, not parliamentary. And those words should be expunged from the record, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the words that were used by the member for West End should be sponged.
I'm hearing from both sides. And let me say this. I will allow for political pandering when it comes to taking political jabs at each other. Right? But when we make these assertions, when we rise to our feet in this place, you see all these cameras? The world is watching us. And we have to be very careful. The words that come out of our mouth, we are the government. We make up the government, all 39 of us. We were sent here by the Bahamian people. And while West End and Grand Bahama said some things, yes, but I asked the member to explain to me, the chair, and he's moving past that.
He's going to address it now, Madam Speaker.
What black hats mean with white markings. Be careful. Be careful. with white sails on this hat.
Yeah, explain.
Please explain to me and the Bahamian people that are watching what black hats with white sails mean. And I'm not moving past it until I get the explanation.
Madam Speaker, I would ask if the House wants me to withdraw, I will withdraw those comments.
I didn't ask you to enjoy, I asked you to explain.
You can't force it to explain. You can withdraw it. You can't withdraw it. You can't withdraw it. You're not dealing with a child. He withdraws it, he withdraws it.
I withdraw those comments, Madam Speaker.
He kept going until he reached that point.
Point taken, he's withdrawn.
I said, one day he's on the goal, and he's staying on the ground.
Withdrawn.
Marco City, you don't run this house.
No, I can say what I want, but not in this. It's not about running the house.
No. Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak.
No.
Let me say this. You, and there you go again. There you go again. You're now, this member had multiple times to withdraw his statement, but on the floor and on the records, I have already asked before he has withdrawn for an explanation. Everybody seems that they can just take over and do whatever they want to do in here.
Direct it to me. All of us were talking back and forth. So I'm not going to...
I was speaking as well.
Yeah, no problem. But don't single me out.
But don't do that.
Don't single
You know, you're the one who always says no. Don't say that to me.
I'm not going to have it.
Don't do, and I won't have it. I won't stand for it. I won't tolerate it.
Anyone.
Now remember, don't you ever stand in this house. And don't you ever make assertions like that. And if I ask for an explanation, give me an explanation. Now you're withdrawing, I will accept that withdrawal. But don't do that again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I want that to be stricken from the record of this place. I'm also striking from the record that you were called stupid. Okay? I'm withdrawing those from the record. I'm striking them from the record. But don't bring those kind of assertions. It's not fun and games in here. This is serious business. And I don't know about y'all, but I have members in Bamboo Town who don't know what they're going to eat tonight. So they expect us to come to this place and put measures in place for them to be able to survive. This ain't no playground.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bahamians want more protection of women and children that are victims of domestic and gender-based violence. Almost 2 years in, and we still don't have the promised new shelter. Thought someone might say that we do. Almost 2 years in, and we still don't have the promised new shelter. This New Day administration is all talk and tax. It is breaking the backs of Bahamians. As you said, Madam Speaker, there are people in your constituency that don't know what they will eat tonight. In the year of our 50th Jubilee, Bahamians don't feel they are first in their own country. Imagine what our founding fathers and mothers think or would think. On our 50th anniversary, Bahamians don't feel they are first in their own country. Madam Speaker, I saw a report in the paper today. A poll was done on who the next Governor General should be. Well, Madam Speaker, that person would be Loftus Roker if it was up to me. This administration must act to restore the people's trust through actions and not words. Should they not do that, Madam Speaker, then they will fail, and changing their leader, deputy, and chairman won't save them. They will remain as the people see them now. They are done. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are one nation, our legacy, our future.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carmichael.
Yes, please. It shouldn't be too long today. Madam Speaker, honorable members, as I begin, I do so as I always do in this place, this honorable chamber. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and redeemer. Madam Speaker, I begin, as always, by thanking Almighty God for allowing me the opportunity once again to stand in this honorable place on behalf of the people of Carmichael and certainly Bahamians everywhere. Madam Speaker, on the 18th of January of this year, and further on the 1st of February of this year, I provided an update to this honorable House concerning our government's unwavering commitment to protect our borders and enforce the lawful processes for entry into the Bahamas. During my last communication, Madam Speaker, I stated that I know and I fully accept that we will be measured by our works, our results, and not our speeches. I further stated that the Department of Immigration is committed to doing the work needed to deliver the results that the Bahamian people demand. Today, Madam Speaker, I rise once again to speak on the exercise of fiscal prudence in the management of our country's financial affairs as we debate the Fiscal Strategy Report 2022. And Madam Speaker, just before I deal with the exercise of fiscal prudence, let me indicate that I wish to, first of all, commend Ms. Candia Dames, the editor of the Nassau Guardian. I wish she would have indicated in her editorial dated the 2nd of February 2023. Madam Speaker, judging on what the honorable member for St. Anne's would have indicated just now, I would wish to read into the records the editorial of Ms. Candia Dames. And her editorial, Madam Speaker, is entitled, Let Sanity Prevail. Let sanity prevail. As crowds gathered outside Parliament yesterday, with some protesters yelling insane nonsense, Minister of Immigration Keith Bell provided an update on the troubling increase in illegal migration from Haiti and Cuba. Haiti is in crisis, as we have outlined repeatedly. There's no upside to what is happening there, and there is no shortage of Haitians wanting to leave there. The Bahamian is a victim of geography in this regard, and though we cannot countenance illegal entry into our country, we have no choice but to accept that it will continue. Unfortunately, there are some Bahamians who are malintended and desperate for political relevance that they will scapegoat Haitians and spread lies to publicly vilify them, bringing shame to all of us. In the House yesterday, Bell spoke to the dangers of misinformation and untruths being spread via social media and various other outlets. I have outlined how the protests based on an imaginary immigration bill was untrue, of how the protests based on the imaginary shantytown on Paradise Island was untrue, and now today, here we are. Madam Speaker, there are no hidden deals. There are no surprises. There is no conspiracy. No member from this side, and I am not aware of any member opposite, proposing and seeking to promote any policy which would erode the sovereign or integrity of this country. This nonsense being spread by persons who do not appear to be familiar with that truth is just that, nonsense. Bell outlined that hundreds of immigrants have been repatriated just this week, and the painstaking lengths the government went to do that in a humane, respectful, and legal manner. Though Bell has been reluctant to describe the massive increase in illegal migration as a crisis, he has, in recent times, consistently addressed this issue as the situation has deteriorated in Haiti over the past 18 months. He has also recently announced measures the government believes necessary to protect the Bahamas. On Friday, he announced that no new work permit applications for Haitian citizens will be processed until such time as revised protocols are introduced to verify and authenticate documents issued by the Haitian government and the Haitian National Police. Bell said new and existing permits to reside for Haitian citizens will only be considered on a case-by-case basis, and approvals will only be granted in the most exceptional circumstances. The Department of Immigration is also committed to wrapping up its special operations in the coming weeks to ensure people in shanty towns have legal status. Bell also announced last month that the Department of Immigration will crack down on work permit violators. Referring to demonstrators outside Parliament, Bell noted that peaceful assembly is a constitutional right. Certainly, protests are often necessary, he said. To the protesters and their calls for action, ours is an open government. I would ask that everyone to ensure that while we face these challenges, let sanity prevail. We are a country of laws, and the maintenance of law and order must remain a cornerstone of our country. Xenophobia has no place in the Bahamas, nor does the arbitrary harassment of any person on the basis of any perception as to their nationality. To those doing it, stop. Her words, some who are organizing and attending those protests are no patriots, though there are others who, no doubt, have a genuine concern over the crisis and genuinely want to see their government take stronger positions to address it. Some protesters have been whipped into a frenzy by charlatans who drape themselves in nationalism while playing on old troops and using social media to spread sickening lies to instill fear and paranoia in the Bahamians. As much as they desire political power, those are not fit and proper people to sit in our House of Assembly with the views they hold. Their positions are antithetical to our democracy and decent society. We hope that Bell continues to speak reason to the Bahamian people, and we hope that Bahamians, while exercising their right to demand action from their government, allow sanity to prevail, even in a crisis, which understandably creates deep worries and fears among our people. That, Madam Speaker, is from Candia Dames, the editor of the Nassau Guardian. Madam Speaker, as I indicated today, we are here to debate the Fiscal Strategy Report 2022. For this purpose, Madam Speaker, I will review what this PLP administration is doing and why we must inevitably show and exercise fiscal prudence. But Madam Speaker, the first question it begs is, what is fiscal prudence? We've always been using this word. And just for completeness, Madam Speaker, it is defined as, fiscal prudence is defined as the ability of a government to sustain smooth monetary operations and long-standing government revenue conditions. And I repeat, fiscal prudence is the ability of a government to sustain smooth monetary operations and long-standing government revenue conditions. Now, Madam Speaker, I am here today just to give a further glimpse of what we are doing in immigration and why it is so important to exercise fiscal prudence. And I will use the Department of Immigration to explain just that. Madam Speaker, of course, I'm not here today to talk about the misspendings or the overspending on the Belgium embassy. No? I'm here today to talk about the Belgium embassy. I'm not here today, Madam Speaker, to talk about, under the former administration, the number of contract or small home repairs which were done in affluent areas for persons who could have afforded it, to the exclusion of home repairs to certain over-the-hill areas. I'm not to talk about that today. Yeah. We can leave that for another day. Yeah. I'm not here today, Madam Speaker, to talk about the lack of fiscal prudence and responsibility in respect to the food program under the last administration. And I might add, Madam Speaker, while I'm not talking about it today, more than a year later, Ministry of Finance and the police, they are still recovering money. Over $100,000 last week, Madam Speaker. Boats, cars, other heavy equipment, etc., from the food program, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, we ain't talking about that today. Let me just concentrate for the moment then on the exercise that this government is doing in respect to the food, in respect to
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Rise on a point of order. The member for Carmichael has probably for the 11th or 12th time referred to this spending from the embassy in Brussels. I don't know, however, Madam Speaker, despite having an idea of what the costs are inside of bedrooms or on the floor, I don't know if he ever actually looked at this report that was tabled, that was prepared by the auditor. Because there is not only a very large discrepancy in the report, but when you look at the numbers correctly, this embassy, between the periods of 2019, 2020, through the periods of 2021, 2022, actually received $3,780,000, $380,691.04. And at the end of this report, Madam Speaker, after the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had agreed and the different ministries involved, finance had agreed that this embassy should be financially backed by that sum, this embassy actually turned back to us at the end of that period almost $1 million. $925,809.59. So, Madam Speaker, when you talk about misspending and mismanagement of monies, Madam Speaker, if an embassy comes under budget by almost $1 million, I think that you should be very grateful to that embassy for saving the people's money. Now, Madam Speaker, when and why has the minister never spoken to that? Why has the member from Carmichael never pointed out the fact that on page 7 of this report, Madam Speaker, the currencies are even mixed up in this report? What should be more concerning, Madam Speaker, is that the funds received in euros, which is a higher currency, were actually transported down into the column with the same figures but in US dollars. That transfer doesn't add up. So the things that are important to the people, how the money is spent, hasn't even been given any consideration by the Minister for Carmichael. All he's wanted to focus on is what type of bed a female ambassador is sleeping in, what type of mirror a female ambassador is looking in, what type of carpet a female ambassador is walking on. Now, Madam Speaker, neither did he give an indication as to what type of furniture these were. It's not as though, Madam Speaker, furniture at this expense come from IKEA. He didn't tell us what the value of those furnitures are today. All he's done is attempt to besmirch the reputation of one of our top female ambassadors appointed to a prime post in Brussels, which has the responsibility for keeping us off the European blacklist. And I think we were supposed to come off that blacklist this month. There's been no news that we will. But once again, he's talking about a woman's bed, a woman's mirror, and a woman's rug. He should be ashamed. He should be ashamed, Madam Speaker. You should be paying attention to what's important. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I take note. I am left speechless and dumbfounded. But let me just indicate for the record, Madam Speaker, I am aware of the report. That would have been tabled. We all would have gotten that. And as you quite rightly indicated, the $1 million may have been returned, but it didn't account for the $2 million. And it did say some things in respect to it. And in one of my communications on that particular report, I would have indicated that the report raises more questions than answers it provides. I made that very clear. That's number one. Secondly, it was apparent that at the time when the Minutes administration determined that they were going to spend in excess of $1 million on a piece of rug for $12,000, a mirror for $19,000, a dining room table for $12,000. That didn't include the chairs, which were $1,500 a piece. That didn't include the credenza or the china closet. When you added up just for the dining room set, it was $25,000. But it was not only the amount that was spent, but it was at the time it was spent. It was spent at a time when the competent authority locked down the country and indicated that resources were scarce. It was spent at a time when Bahamians were losing their jobs. It was spent at a time when Bahamians were losing their homes, had to take their children out of high school, had to take their children out of university. And it was at a time when people, Bahamians, were being hauled before the courts, charged with violations of COVID, and over $1 million. Don't forget, the Minister of National Security got up in this chamber and said that, boasted that they collected over $1 million in fines. That is the time when the money was spent. And I indicated, and I stand again, if you read what the auditor recommendations he said, he had some very scathing things to say in that report. But like I said, I come here today, honorable member for finance, to deal with that. I came here to deal specifically with the fiscal strategy report of 2022 and to show why it is important. Why is it important in respect to this, what we have to do, what is before us, while we have to ensure that we exercise fiscal prudence in everything that we do and say. And so I wish to first of all commend the Ministry of Finance. I wish to commend the Honorable Prime Minister for the work that he is doing, the Honorable Michael Alcides, and of course our Financial Secretary, Simon Wilson, and every single member in the Ministry of Finance for the work that they're doing. And of course, Madam Speaker, as I was coining these notes today, I fondly remember Ruth Miller. May God bless and may she rest in peace. I see the characters or the qualities of Ruth Miller in Simon Wilson. Stamina, fortitude, competence, reliability, strong, an exceptional leader. And I thank God that he is there, and I thank God for the Prime Minister put him there to ensure that we get this country back in order where it ought to be. Madam Speaker, I wish to, as we discuss the country's finances, it is important that we endeavor to manage our financial affairs, as there are areas which require heavy financing as part of our legal, our moral, democratic, and international obligations. One such area, of course, is immigration. Madam Speaker, I wish to concentrate specifically on the statistics as it relates to the irregular migrants and the cost of repatriation, just to indicate as strong as I possibly can why it's important for us to exercise this fiscal responsibility. As I speak, Madam Speaker, there are 395 irregular migrants detained at the detention center at this time. And Madam Speaker, contrary to popular belief, we have 255 Cubans compared to 128 Haitian nationals there. 255 Cuban nationals compared to 128 Haitians there. And we have 14 women and children in our safe house. I wish to assure, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian public once again that the Department of Immigration, along with his partners, the United States Coast Guard, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and the Royal Bahamas Police Force, are doing a tremendous job in intercepting irregular migrants sailing through our territorial waters, as well as those persons who are attempting to smuggle persons to the United States illegally. As you are aware, persons who are held in our detention facilities are brought before the courts and are repatriated to their homelands as quickly as possible. Despite the volatile unrest in Haiti last week, we successfully repatriated all 375 persons who were in Inagua. There are no persons, Madam Speaker, at this time in Inagua. Repatriation flights are ongoing, Madam Speaker. In 2022, repatriation flights cost us $1,506,077.10. Thus far for 2023, 570 persons were repatriated to their homelands during the month of January, the majority of whom were Cuba and Haiti. That is, 167 Cubans and 368 Haitian nationals. And this was done at a cost, Madam Speaker, of $68,768.17. The cost of meals, Madam Speaker, for irregular migrants is presently $30 per day. Other subsidiary costs for accommodating irregular migrants include health care supplies, clothing, cleaning supplies, laundry services. Operating the detention center is a major undertaking. Nonetheless, the Department of Immigration continues to fulfill its mandate of protecting our borders, and that is done in combination with the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. We are committed to ensuring the health and safety of irregular migrants until they can be safely repatriated. At this time, I wish to commend the foresight of the Department of Immigration for installing a temporary holding facility, Madam Speaker, in Inagua. Most especially, I must express my gratitude to the National Emergency Management Agency, that is NEMA, who donated the tent, and to the shipping company which donated a 40-foot container, miscellaneous supplies of paint and plywood. We will continue to improve the facilities at the Inagua site to make it as livable as possible. And of course, as you know, Madam Speaker, we are moving towards the construction of a permanent site. Madam Speaker, the Department of Immigration continues to see that the laws are enforced in our Commonwealth, that our borders are protected, that we maintain our legal and international commitments, while at the same time protect the sovereign integrity of this great Commonwealth for future generations to come. And in this regard, Madam Speaker, this calls for heavy financing, very heavy financing. And you'll recall that it was this administration that invested heavily in our Royal Bahamas Defense Force, some $200 million that we invested in our new boats. We invested heavily in 174 recruits. We invested in a temporary detention center, and we're looking to invest in a permanent structure. That is why, Madam Speaker, Carmichael supports the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Michael Alcides, the Financial Secretary Simon Wilson, and every single member in the Ministry of Finance as they exercise fiscal prudence in our country affairs. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Centerville.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to respond to 2 points made by the member for St. Anne's. The first being, Madam Speaker, that we do have a current Director of Public Prosecutions in place. The substantive DPP in the form of Mr. Garvin Gasket. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there was an assertion made to the nullying of a matter as it related to a former parliamentarian. I can safely say, Madam Speaker, that the one instance in which that occurred was as a direct result of a key witness in that case wanting to continue to be paid to testify. That Madam Speaker, is...
It wasn't your decision.
Precisely.
They passed a law which
And
was independent,
that,
so when they come up with that foolishness for.
That, Madam Speaker, was something that was not going to be tolerated. And as such, there was no substantive grounds on an evidential nature for that matter to continue. So I just wanted to refer to that point. That is the only matter involving a former parliamentarian in which a nollie was issued. And the nollie was issued because a key witness in that case wanted to continue to be paid as per his request. And that is precise. And that is something that was not to be tolerated.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
to whether the DPP at that time was on vacation when that nollie came down, not the reason for the nollie. So is the Minister of State going to say that the DPP was not on vacation? Because I'm just trying to have an understanding of what these issues that the people have. Everybody's now going to speak. The member for Centerville and myself, I think, are having an honorable conversation. And my question, I believe, is clear. Was the DPP on vacation when that nollie came down?
Madam Speaker, I can confirm that timeline. However, what I can also say, Madam Speaker, is whether there was the substantive DPP in place or an acting person, the rules of evidentiary law, Madam Speaker, is that witnesses are not paid to testify, period. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I will confirm the timeline for my friend.
You're not saying payment paid to testify. You're saying just the very act of payment, even if it was a payment schedule, there's an odium to doing that. That's the point you're making. You have problems speaking to yourself. You have challenges speaking to yourself.
Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, the individual that the Minister of State for Legal Affairs is referring to, maybe he can tell this honorable House, Madam Speaker, what he actually said, because what I recall is that he wasn't going to continue with that current prosecution unless he was paid, and that was relayed by the Attorney General as well. He didn't speak to his conduct in any previous prosecutions, Madam Speaker, and the implication that this side is now attempting to get away with is one that they should explain or should be removed from the record. It's another matter, but it's the matter we're talking about.
Thank you, Senator.
There was a matter before the court in which a key witness wanted to be paid to continue to participate in the trial.
No evidence.
He wanted to be paid.
He knew you were in government. Was he paid in the past?
Unless there's anything further of me, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Asmini? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, Bahamas and my parliamentary colleagues. I want to first of all start off by thanking Almighty God for health and strength, and I know the good member from St. Anne's said that all of us woke up in Nassau this morning, but myself and the member for East Grand Bahama have much more to thank God for, because we have the flying from Grand Bahama this morning. So we thank God for our safe arrival in New Providence. Madam Speaker, before I get into the crux of my statement, I would like to say, the clock is running, Madam Speaker. No. I'm hearing someone across the floor over there. I want to offer condolences, Madam Speaker. I want to start off by offering condolences to the chairman of Central Grand Bahama Constituency Association, Mr. Lester Dawkins, and his family, who would have lost his father suddenly, Mr. Samuel Dawkins, on Saturday morning. And also to Miss Vernal Eden of Pinders Point, who lost her husband, Hiram Eden, on Sunday. So we had deaths in Central Grand Bahama back to back. So I want to offer my condolences to those families and pray their peace and comfort in the Lord. Madam Speaker, I want to dive right into this debate on the 2022 Fiscal Strategy Report and the Medium Debt Management Strategy for the fiscal years 2023-24 to 2025-26. I want to begin by telling the Bahamian people that we are here for them, and our mission in this House will always be to make decisions in their best interest. The only thing I can say about this report is too little, too late, with emphasis on the late. Madam Speaker, the official opposition has echoed our concerns over the delay of the tabling of this significantly important plan for the country. It cannot be minimized that there was a disregard of the New Day government to present this report in line with the Fiscal Responsibility Act.
A good plan.
The Bahamian people deserve more than just lip service and excuses. This New Day government claimed their budget would be more people-centric. They said it would be more focused on providing tax relief and increased levels of social support while also maintaining the fiscal responsibility objectives. But from my account, they already started off wrong. This New Day government has displayed blatant contempt for the rule of law and the Bahamian people. And to further label the rule of law as having fundamental flaws because it don't suit your timeline seemed to be a cop-out. It was feasible when the Free National Movement administration did it. So, as they say, what is good for the goose should be good for the gander. Madam Speaker, if this New Day government plans to restore the country's fiscal health is working as they claim, then why was there a need to delay this report at all? You know, Grandma used to say to me, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. We should have been ready to produce the report no matter the external factors or the Standards and Poor review. Shouldn't have to wait for anything. Our duty is first to the Bahamian people. This New Day government says that it plans since coming to office already bearing fruit. My question is, who is eating the fruits? Which Bahamians are experiencing these working plans? Madam Speaker, when this New Day administration came into office, they promised innovation and revolutions for Bahamians. They painted themselves as the savior of this country. But all we have heard thus far is fluff and regurgitated proposals. But where's the activation, the execution? The Bahamian people wants to know. They deserve real innovation, real change, real reform, and most of all, real relief. We knew that their way forward budget wouldn't do enough and does not come close to seriously addressing the many challenges Bahamians are facing today. We need the New Day government to be realistic, be really realistic with the Bahamian people. Speak to inflation. Madam Speaker, the recent occurrence of global tragedies, from natural disasters to wars, has significantly impacted the cost of living due to supply chain disruption and, of course, shortage of goods. We saw the impact at home in mid-2022 with shocking prices on everyday items like gas, electricity, and groceries. Now, more than ever, we must shift the focus on ensuring that Bahamian families have the capacity to feed themselves. You spoke to it earlier, where they don't have to pay the overpriced cost of importation and inflation. The New Day government said in their fiscal strategy that despite past efforts to improve local food security via initiatives such as backyard farming and increased farming and fishing grants, etc., domestic inflation still peaked at 6.23% in June 2022 and reflected a pass-through effect of elevated international prices. I hate to say, we told you, but even Blind Blake could see that this would happen. The official opposition warned this New Day government to be proactive more than once. It is the expectation that global oil, grain price level, and commodity prices will remain elevated over the short term, and the hope is that it will lower in the medium term. But the Bahamian people do not have the luxury to wait. They need relief now. In fact, they needed it yesterday. Madam Speaker, I reiterate that we must take a serious position on lowering the exorbitant costs on importation, especially on our food consumption. We remain a net importer of the majority of items we consume locally, so inflationary levels continue to be sensitive to supply chain shortages. Cause and effect. Families must come together and begin their backyard farms that have been pushing this and raise their own yard chicken to harvest fresh eggs at little to no cost. These are serious times. Madam Speaker, I beg of this government to outline the plans for social services assistance, food security, and inflation protection for Bahamians in these increasingly hard times. What specific steps have been taken to mitigate the pending effects from the growing inflation? The Prime Minister had announced that he was working with shipping companies to lower the cost of freight to reduce the impact of higher food and import costs. Is that still a thing, or can Bahamians expect more big talks? What progress, if any, has been advanced in these efforts to curb those costs? Madam Speaker, even as recent statistics indicate a slight decline in the inflation rate towards the end of 2022, it remains a major concern for the world, especially countries like the Bahamas that rely so much on the outside world. During research, according to the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, or BNSI, there was a decrease reflected in the overall price of items purchased by the average consumer, our people, and categories such as transportation, furniture, and household items all recorded declines. On the other hand, the BNSI said that recreation and culture, along with miscellaneous goods and services, saw increases, including items like food, non-alcoholic beverages, restaurants, and hotels. All of these things we rely on for tourism, and more inflation on these specific items are a direct threat to our, as we say, bread and butter. It still remains unclear whether Bahamians and local consumers will see further increases in inflation before it starts to taper off. And given the current trajectory of the US and the way in which the Bahamas follows a similar path, I encourage all Bahamians to brace for the worst before it gets better. In other words, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Madam Speaker, given the significant challenges we knew Bahamians would face post-Dorian and COVID, the previous FNM government implemented several things to relieve the stress of Bahamians, including removing VAT off certain items. We continue to agitate for the government to reverse this decision. It is the right thing to do. Now we have seen another alarm bell ringing with the pending VAT increase for health insurance that is expected to take effect April 1st. And this is no April Fool joke. We understand that the new rules will harm local health care providers. We asked the government where the stakeholders consulted. Is healthcare accessibility being threatened? It would be a shame to see the strides we made last week, right in here.
So they don't agree.
Last week, with the nurses.
Madam Speaker.
It will be a shame to see the strides we made last week as we debated that very important bill with the nurses and midwives. Just to be back here. Madam Speaker, we have said before that the government made a grave misstep in decreasing VAT and adding the tax back on bread basket items, medicine, insurance, baby food and products, feminine products that were previously zero-rated under the former administration. They had no foresight to see how their decision would ultimately affect and hurt Bahamians. I echoed opposition's demand that the government bring back the highly effective VAT holidays. East Grandmama spoke about that, as well as others, for hurricane season and for back-to-school shopping that were introduced and implemented by the FNM to bring relief. Madam Speaker, the Bahamians want a government that will ensure that they are given the best opportunity to provide for themselves and their families. They want transparency, and they demand accountability. Instead, they get a late fiscal strategy report that threatens their way of life. Madam Speaker, we asked this new government, and it's going to come up over and over, why wasn't this $150 million in BPL arrears disclosed to the Bahamian people before the report? Instead, we got a 2-sentence line with no explanation or clarity as to how the oversight occurred. It's your oversight. I echo the position of the leader that the failure could have been avoided. The previous administration left a plan in place that should have been followed. We now fear that this new discovery would mean consumers could see their fuel charge almost triple. I'm going to say this slowly. Is this the new day you spoke of? Is this the new day you spoke of? Because if it is, it's a dark day because most people's lights will be off. Madam Speaker, we demand that this new day government give a full accounting to the Bahamian people regarding this and all financial matters to BPL. Additionally, those responsible for this oversight must answer to the disservice of the Bahamian people. We have to emphasize this over and over. In the same light, we call on the government to explain how this new unbudgeted cost will be added to the debt management strategy. No, say it again. This has been a complete departure from the goals of the fiscal strategy and shows a lack of comprehensive debt management plan. It shows a lack of comprehension of a comprehensive plan. I reiterate, the Bahamian people want transparency and they demand accountability. Can't say that enough. Now, I want to touch on something before I close. As the shadow, thank you very much, Minister of Foxtail Grand Bahama, for asking. I'm glad you asked. As the shadow Minister of Youth Sports, for Minister of Youth Sports and Culture, Madam Speaker, I close my contribution on this debate on some things very near and dear to my heart. During my tenure in government, I was given the opportunity to wear multiple hats, including the substantive Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture. Now, I'm wearing a black suit with a black tie. I'm wearing a black, and I guarantee you, I promise you, if you search all of these backpacks in here, you'll find several black hats.
With the boot?
Yeah, in here. You'll probably find several black hats. I can leave it at that.
With the boot on it?
It was such an honor as a former athlete and a lover of sports to represent the interests of those athletes that I see myself in. I cannot continue to stress enough that youth, sports, and culture are three of the major fabrics of our Bahamian identity that require investment at the highest level. And before I go on, I want to offer special congratulations, and it's for all of us, to our Diamond Princess herself, Shawnee Miller-Weebo, who announced that she is expecting her first child with her husband. And it's something for all of us to celebrate. But there's another conversation. Well, I saw the pictures. But there's another. They're expecting their first child. Yeah, they're expecting their first child. But there's their first child. But there's another, see? There's another conversation to be had. Yeah, because see, the citizenship law, I'll leave that for a later date, because we're celebrating. But when we think about it, we have two champions, one from this country, champion from our country. This baby may never wear the Bahamian flag because of our citizen law. So that's something we may need to look at. That's a potential champion. And because of our laws, she's married to someone who's not a Bahamian. Her child may never wear. It's a possibility. The child may never wear, and chances are most of us we'd have children, so we know how to go. But that's another conversation for another time. We know. Sure.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Vauxhall.
Thank you for you. If the child is born in the Bahamas, the child is Bahamian. So that's number one. If the child is not born here, then the child, of course, takes the nationality of his parent, his father, or the place where the child was born. But the Minister for Citizenship, under Section 6.1 of the Constitution, can register any child as a citizen of the Bahamas. So what I've always said as the minister, when I was Minister for Citizenship, is that any child born in those circumstances, the mother should immediately apply for the child to be registered upon birth as a citizen of the Bahamas. And the policy of this government is to give them citizenship immediately.
Thank you very much. I simply state that the possibility existed, but I appreciate you putting that on the floor. I appreciate this. We know indeed that the Bahamas has some of the most talented athletes in the world, and it's about time that we act like that. We still do not know the full level of injection this administration intends to put into the sporting industry, but we know the country is attracting major sporting events. I'll be expecting to see the Bahamas Games, as was announced when I was the minister on June 9, 2021. I want to put it out there. It was announced under this administration. Yes, thank you very much for continuing government, our continuous. The Carifta Track and Field Championship, the World Athletics Relays, and a host of other sporting events make their way to our beautiful Bahamian shore. The Bahamas and the Sports in Paradise initiative is great to diversify the tourism product. This is very encouraging. However, when we begin to take the global perspective, we must ask the question, are we prepared? I said earlier, Mama said if you're prepared, if you're ready, stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And based on what I've seen with our facilities, in particular the stadium, we do not look ready. The Carifta is less than 2 months away.
We go on medals.
The former administration undertook the process to carry out a comprehensive assessment of the stadium. Vet went out to tender, got a report to prepare that all of the work was done in preparation for the Bahamas Games. However, the Carifta Games is before the Bahamas Games. I just want to make sure, because when we had the Carifta here in 2013, we had it in the National Stadium. 2013 was the last time. So I'm hoping that when it returns, it's also in the National Stadium. Construction, in my view, should have started more than a year ago. Instead, this new day government is rushing to get the job done. That should have already been completed or close to completion. Will the stadium be ready? And if not, what is the contingency plan? What do we have? I hope so, for our own sake. We must ensure, it's for all of us, we must ensure our athletes, spectators, and guests are kept safe. Because part of our report, when we did a walkabout, during my walkabout, I just avoided something from dropping on my head. And according to international procedures, another thing that we must do prior to an international event, you must have a trial meet to ensure that all the systems are working prior to. In 2 months, I want to make sure we are aware of the time and we push, because as it is now, we don't see, no, I'm speaking on the floor as a Bahamian, because this is our national event that we hope pulls off, because it will not be an embarrassment on the government, it will be an embarrassment on all of us. So we wish all the best. The time does not seem feasible, and we call on this new government to outline the plan for the Bahamian people. These sporting events, because of the COVID-19 lockdown, the world was going through a pandemic. These sporting events will be the largest, most watched sporting events of the year. I can tell you that. Might even be bigger than the Super Bowl. The world is watching, and so are the Bahamian people. We know that the government said it will increase support for Bahamian athletes and sporting programs. But where is the support? These athletes need more than just lip service. We hope that this government will take it a step further and provide the necessary training facilities and equipment to allow our athletes to remain at the global competitive level. And if we have, I'm a former athlete and so are you. If we have repairs going on now at the old TAR, Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, as well as the stadium at the same time, our athletes who will be performing at home in front of the home crowd, who expect great things, will be placed at a disadvantage because you won't have the practice facilities, unless there's a plan to send them overseas to train somewhere else. But the work is going on at the old stadium and the new stadium. In 2 months, where are they going to prepare? These are things that we need to think about. Think about it now. Because we love gold medals. We love medals. We love people to win. We want to see them on the podium. But I want to caution the movers and the shakers that we put facilities in place or make provisions now for them. Make provisions now for our athletes to train. Thank you. Thank you. I want to emphasize that it's important to me, important to all of us. Thank you very much, West Grand Bahama. When the former government left office, the New Day administration met an economy under uptick, as East Grand Bahama stated. The Minutes administration took the country from a decade of no growth to a consecutive period of economic growth prior to Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic. Much of the performance being reported can be directly tied to the arduous work of the previous administration. It would be shameful if this New Day government flushes all that down the drain. Payments are ready for relief. As I close, they want more. They deserve more from this New Day administration. The fiscal strategy report misses the mark and failed to live up to the obligations of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. We want the administration to do well because governments are continuous. The official opposition is always here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day government. I, the Member of Parliament for Central Grand Bahama, am continually honored and grateful for this responsibility to be a representative for the good people of the constituency that I just mentioned. Madam Speaker, colleagues, Bahamas, Central Grand Bahama rest.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
I'm being nice today. Madam Speaker, as always, I rise in this place with the grace of the good people of Freetown who sent me here to represent their views in this place. Let me begin by extending condolences to the family of Heronique Tamara McPhee, the young 18-year-old young Bahamian lady who was the victim of gun violence Saturday morning. May her soul rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin with two quotes, one would say. And I think that they are appropriate for what has fallen in this debate so far. The first is by Ralph Waldo Emerson, and he is quoted as saying this: "A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, adored by little statesmen, philosophers, and divines." And that is a quote attributable to Ralph Waldo Emerson, deriding foolish consistency as the hobgoblin of little minds. In a more learned vein, Lord Collins, one of the judges of the Privy Council, our final court of appeal, is recorded in the case of Texan Management Limited and Pacific Electric Wire and Cable Company Limited as saying this to people whose minds seem to be trapped in the quagmire of procedural perfection. And he says, "It has often been said that in the pursuit of justice, procedure is a servant and not a master." Why do I avert to that, Madam Speaker? We have heard much ado, and we hear it constantly, about supposed breaches of the law by this government, by persons who would not be qualified to advance an argument in a court of law, yet they make quite strident and absolute statements about breaches of the law. There is a complaint that the 2022 Fiscal Strategy Report, prepared by technocrats, instead of being done November 2022, was done December 2022. For that to have some substance, Madam Speaker, one would have to find something substantial that is impaired by that fact. Otherwise, in the words of Lord Collins, you are permitting procedure to become a master. Nothing that has fallen from the opposition today, February 2023, is hampered by the fact that the report was created and minted by this book, December 2022. If they could point to something substantial, then their complaint would be a matter of substance and not form. But it appears that procedure is their master and substance is not valued, but that's on them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get to the meat of what I would wish to advance in the ministry I am in, I continue to be distressed when I come to this place and sit and listen. I sit and hear people saying, we're going to cooperate together. On this road to 50, the ideal was that we would go forward, onward, upward together. Not always agreeing, but sensibly moving this country forward by giving serious consideration to matters advanced and giving constructive criticism, even when fiercely put. But I hear from the other side, nobody believes. And as a fact, if one person believes, that statement is untrue. But such is the arrogance of the opposition that they speak for everybody. No one believes. I sat and I heard it for about 5 to 10 minutes, speaking for everyone. And that is what you do when you say no one believes something. You're not saying some people. You're not saying the majority. You say no one believes you. Such is the nature of the argument from the other side, that by speaking it, one puts the quality of that submission, that statement, in that speaking for everyone. Well, I'd say that that's not correct, because I believe. That's just one, and I'm kind of sure I could find 33 other people who believe as well. And interestingly, I think some people on the other side believe too, but they mightn't say it. So I would admonish us, if we want to be persons of honor and integrity, let us be careful in our speech. We cannot speak for everyone. And let us not purport to speak for everyone. I know it sounds good. I know it makes you feel good, but it ain't true. It's as simple as that. Madam Speaker, you know, there is a temptation to do what is popular. When we were growing up in Sunday school, we were taught that the road to hell was the broad road, because many people were on it. And the road to heaven was not such a broad road. Part of the problem, Madam Speaker, of being a leader is that you must do just that. You must take a decision that you can justify in the manner in which it advances the cause of our people, and then champion it, even if it's unpopular. So when our forefathers were told independence but not now, they forged on. When the suffragette was told that they couldn't vote, and Dame Doris was denied an audience, they went somewhere and spoke. Being popular is easy. Leading is not so easy. And you know, Madam Speaker, it distresses me, as my learned colleague from Carmichael has said quite eloquently in his communication, that we have a sense of irrationality taking over. We have some people speaking as if all persons of any extraction other than purebred Bahamians, whatever that is, are problematic. And the problem is, if you look into some of those persons' history, they have persons from other places in their immediate background, in their families. And so it's a very dangerous thing to do when we set up to divide people. Our law is quite clear, as the member for Fox Hill has said, about who is entitled to citizenship. The law is quite clear as to who can have status. And to seek to divide and set up an us and them is particularly dangerous when it may come back to harm your children, your siblings, as we carry on in this country, and in fact ourselves, if serious consideration is given of the matter. It is not productive. It does not advance us, and it is very unchristian. Madam Speaker, just one other thought. Two, actually. The first, least I forget, thank you, South Beach, and Fort Charlotte for Village Road. Thank you very much for that, and it is appreciated. And that is an instance where sometimes you have to wait for good things. And it was a long wait. In fact, when I campaigned in the election, when I campaigned in the election, and you like this one, Pinewood, when I campaigned in the election, voters in Montague Village say that they had asked my predecessor to do that from the time he came there. And so it appears that it took 6.5 years to get done, but it was done, and I thank again Fort Charlotte and South Beach. But that thought moves us to my last point before I get into the report and my ministry, and that is this. There's this popularized demand to demolish the shanty towns. And there is this popularized demand that we heard today to pass a law to prevent persons charged with murder getting bail. The problem is this. The previous administration rushed to begin demolition and didn't do it properly. And now we're lumbered with an injunction that was easily obtained because they didn't do it properly. We are now doing it properly. And once we do it properly, we expect to be able to start and finish. And so it may be popular to go kick down some doors and knock down some houses, but the courts will act if you do not do things properly. A fact that the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador knows, a fact that I know, a fact that Centerville knows, a fact that should be known to many people, that you must do it correctly or you will be stopped. You're gonna feel good when you get started, and you're gonna end us up where we are now in this quagmire created because you didn't do it right when you started. That is not what we intend to do. We also hear this cry about pass a law that says if you're charged with murder, you can't get bail. Trinidad did just that. and the law was struck down in their local court and affirmed. It is, as is said, a known thing. But if you want to fluff the public, you can go about passing these laws that you know full well will not stand muster. And because you expend your energy on that, you don't do what we're doing, which is putting together information to persuade judges not to grant bail, to putting together a task force with the Chief Justice so we can move back to swift justice, something that there was no reason to stop, but was stopped for whatever reason inhabited the minds when the government changed in 2017. And yes, many of the persons who were rearrested having offended while on bail got bail well before September 2021. So if we're going to move forward, onward, upward together, let us start being honest and let us start working at this together. All views are accepted. Madam Speaker, just quickly about the 2022 Fiscal Strategy Report, printed December 2022. I'm not thrown off by that date because when one looks in the document, it is very edifying as to the proposed approach of this government to public safety matters. I would invite the public to have a look at it. It's available online, as it was said. It was released online, so the whole world could get it before it was tabled here. And that is a complaint. That it wasn't tabled here in November, that it was released online so the entire world could get it, and that procedure was lamented. But the entire Bahamas can have a look at it, and the interesting thing about the expenditure parts of it is that they show 2 years of actual, and then they have a budget for the current year and the forecast for the upcoming years. What is interesting when one looks at page 37, under recurrent expenditure by administrative classification, under Bahamas Department of Corrections, the actual budgeted amounts are exceeded by the amount budgeted for this year. And it is proposed that the budget will increase for every year thereafter. That is the importance that is attached to making sure that people who go into our correctional institution have sufficient supervision by staff to meet their needs. Also, what is very telling is that in the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the level of actual expenditure was basically stagnant at a time when police officers were being stretched in the year 2020 to 2021. And it is projected that the recurrent expenditure will increase as it will increase for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. The importance of that, Madam Speaker, is that you really can't do saturation patrols without manpower. You really can't have people available to service the public without manpower. And it can't be put any simpler than that. But if one then goes, Madam Speaker, to the area of capital expenditure by administrative classification, it is even more distressing. Because you see, Madam Speaker, in capital expenditure, the Royal Bahamas Police Force is accounted for in the capital budget of the Ministry of National Security. And the actual amount spent there is again stagnant at a time when patrol vehicles are running down, at a time when we have a lot of demand for capital. It is projected to increase, and to increase significantly. Troubling also when one talks about immigration is that the Royal Bahamas Defense Force's actual spending on capital fell from 2021, the budget year 2020-2021, to the budget year 2021-2022 by $4 million. This was at a time when the HMBS 80 Hannah was at the dock being cannibalized for parts to repair other vessels and was permitted to run down. You see, Madam Speaker, when we talk about who is serious about guarding our heritage, as is the Defense Force's motto, we have the Sandy Bottom Project, $234,377, $506 on vessels, on 8 patrol vessels, 4 42 meters, 4 30-meter vessels, 1 roll-on, roll-off landing craft, and a refit of the 2 Bahama-class 60-meter vessels, HMBS Bahamas and HMBS Nassau. The dredging of the harbors and insulation of seawalls at Coral Harbor, HMBS Matthew Town, and the establishment of HMBS Gunpoint in my home island of Ragged Island. Cost of $80 million, that's us. A vessel construction and refit of other vessels, and a construction of an operation command center building at HMBS Coral Harbor. We build capacity in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and we have been allotted budget to replace the HMBS 80 Hannah that was permitted to run down with a flagship class vessel. And that too, as an ocean-going vessel, will again increase our capacity. The containers that were in Ragged Island are still there. A coastal radar is due there, and we will do what is necessary to decentralize the Defense Force to meet the needs of guarding our heritage by intercepting and interdicting irregular migrants, drug traffickers, and gun traffickers. We are the party that did it before, and we will do it again. With the Royal Bahamas Police Force, it is a crying shame that we met so that it could be clear a manpower deficiency of close to 300 officers for the divisions, not CID, the divisions in New Providence, and a deficiency of 50 vehicles. Just for the divisions in New Providence, not specialized units. We have been recruiting to fix that, and this report shows that we will be continuing to do it so that we will be able to mount sustained saturation patrols. Sanan spoke about domestic violence. Within another couple of weeks, there will be open a specialized unit to deal solely with domestic violence and sexual offenses. It will be a unit that will include NGOs, victim care professionals, so that the victims of crime, sexual offenses, and domestic violence will be treated with respect, with care, and with attention. It took a while to happen, but it is happening now because we're fixing that as well. The public would have seen the launch of the Firearms Task Force with our partners, and that as well is a vision of the new commissioner and bodes well for what is happening. Let me be quite clear. The Royal Bahamas Police Force under this administration, under this minister who has no desire to be a policeman, will not be interfered with. Our jobs are just very simple. I am their advocate to get what they need to do their jobs properly. I do not entertain anyone making a complaint to me because I'm not a policeman. I do not become involved in investigations because I'm not a policeman. I listen to the advice of our talented professional officers. We get them training, we give them resources, and they do a magnificent job. Our job is to encourage the rest of us to do our parts to make sure that we don't end up with a 15-year-old triple murderer. That's our job. Because until we take this thing seriously and stop politicizing crime, we're not going to do our part to intervene in the lives of these young men. The police are very good at catching them, at locking them up, and putting them before the courts. We must do better. But I'll leave for West End and Grand Bahama all of the niceties in this report that shows what we intend to do to intervene and get them on the right track. I as well commend the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rum Cay in Salvador, Minister Michael Alcides, the Financial Secretary, and all of the technocrats who did for us what they did for the previous administration, which is put together these technical reports. And they've done a magnificent job of doing it, and Freetown supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Madam Speaker, there are a number of documents I may refer to, but be assured at the end of my presentation I will table them to verify and validate what was said. It is a pleasure, Madam Speaker, to again rise on behalf of the good people of Kalani. It is them who sent me here. It is them that I press for better governance of our country. We are here today to debate the fiscal strategy report tabled by the Minister of Finance, who is also our Prime Minister. These are difficult times, Madam Speaker, for this present Prime Minister. He was elected to office just over 16 months ago, and in such short time, he has gone from the highs of a big election win to having to walk in here last week with armed guards to protect him. Many Bahamians are deeply unsatisfied with his leadership and angry about his performance in office. On Friday, the Commissioner of Police announced death threats were uttered at the Prime Minister via telephone. Along with other Prime Ministers, I was also the subject of such death threats. We must all condemn such acts. Violence has no place in our society. Our Prime Minister must be protected. Madam Speaker, it is remarkable to me that this Prime Minister has become so unpopular with lightning speed. Leaders usually get more of a honeymoon period than this. However, when one examines the policies that this Prime Minister has chosen, the roots of the public's growing frustration with him are quite evidently clear. When the Prime Minister presented the fiscal strategy report, a listener from outside the Bahamas would think all is well here in the Bahamas. The Prime Minister would like you to believe that he is a success. Bahamians do not think that is the case. He is clearly incapable of carrying out functions of the office he holds. Sadly, he is in power, but not in office. He is literally constantly away from his desk, constantly traveling to get away from the mounting problems seen here in our country. He accepts little responsibility for anything, such as the disaster related to the BPL fuel hedge that has resulted in much heavier light bills for businesses and homes. A lady in Kalani told me that even though she hasn't used her air conditioner for months, her electricity bill is now higher than this time last year. There are serious structural issues in the Bahamas that the pandemic had worsened. And since the financial crisis of 2008, our economy has largely had an unemployment rate in the double digits. Our education performance, sadly, has been poor for some time. Crime is at an elevated level and worsening. This is especially the case in New Providence, where killings are too common. And just last night, a few hundred yards away from my home, a young man was brutally killed within my area, just a few yards away from where I live. Will there be a new murder record by the end of this year? But even in our family islands, we are seeing more serious crimes. Robberies happen frequently anywhere, from retail businesses in inner city neighborhoods to restaurants in the suburbs. Haiti's collapse has sparked an immigration crisis this government has been slow to respond to. Many people are still trying to catch up on bills and debts owed that they fell behind on during the pandemic. Bahamians are finding it more and more difficult to deal with the government bureaucracy, including licensing their businesses. VAT on breadbasket itims, medicine, and health insurance is too much to bear. But the pleas of the Bahamian people are falling on the deaf and unresponsive ears of our Prime Minister and the PLP. There are many challenges facing the Bahamas at this time, which have gotten worse because this Prime Minister is not up to the job. Recall how he said the Ministry of Finance was supposedly too big for the Minister of Finance after the BPL hedge disaster. He said finance is too big for him. So he said finance is too big. So is the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, I'll leave that for another time. The job is way too much for him. He can't handle the pressure. He is shrinking under the weight of his responsibilities. And the Prime Minister's rosy pronouncements in this statement do not match the realities of the lives of most of our people. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and his administration love to collect more money from the Bahamian people via taxes and fees. The more money they collect, the more money there is for the Prime Minister and his travel companions to take more luxury trips around the world. The more money they collect, the more money there is for the administration to buy nice cars for them to ride in. The Prime Minister said in his statement that they expect an improvement in government revenue yield to more than 24% of GDP for fiscal year 2024-2025. This is no surprise. The Davis administration is now known as a government that takes pleasure in taxing the Bahamian people more and more. This started with the Davis bread basket tax. The Prime Minister chose to place a 10% VAT on the food working class Bahamians need to live. To this day, the terrible decision contributes to the inflation problem. Madam Speaker, we are faced here in the Bahamas with two inflation: the world's inflation and the Brave Davis inflation. The Brave Davis inflation, the 10% charge on bread basket items. The Brave Davis inflation is the 10% charge on medication. The Brave Davis's inflation is the increase in real property tax threefold, causing greater stress to the middle class. The Brave Davis inflation is the application of this increase in real property tax on individuals' mortgages, putting their payment out of reach and therefore placing them even under greater stress. The Brave Davis inflation, Madam Speaker, is the inner city as being declared a tax-free zone, and still today they are trying to enforce those individuals to pay for what they're entitled to under the law. That's the Brave Davis inflation. The Brave Davis inflation is the increase in electricity bills that we see subsequently being displayed or seen within the business sectors, restaurants, etc. Madam Speaker, the Brave Davis inflation is now possibly causing businesses to close because it is their intention, it was announced, that the rent that individuals are to pay to landowners, the government would collect such rent, thus the landowners would not be able to meet their mortgage payments and subsequently lose their business places. The Brave Davis inflation appears even worse than the world's inflation. Then, Madam Speaker, there was the decision to not properly follow through on the BPL hedge strategy my administration left in place. This spectacular failure by the Prime Minister means that electricity bills are rising and they will skyrocket in the months to come. This summer, Madam Speaker, Bahamian families and Bahamian businesses will see some of the highest electricity bill in recent memory. Bahamians should begin to prepare for a very difficult summer. Madam Speaker, it gets worse. The Davis administration is about to unleash another heartless tax increase, this time on health insurance. It's already on medication. The Davis administration plans to stop insurance companies from recovering VAT on health insurance claims. This will lead to large VAT costs being passed on to consumers. Bahamians with health insurance, including older people, should expect huge new costs on their health bills. Madam Speaker, so as to put it in perspective, surgery, especially cancer surgery, neurological or neurosurgery, hip surgery, knee surgery, ankle surgery, bone surgery, can cost well in excess of $50,000 to $100,000. And God help you if you go to ICU, you're talking about an additional $100,000 to $200,000. Those individuals, if they attend the doctor here and receive a bill of $50,000 to $100,000, the insurance company may cover that. But those individuals would have a bill of $10,000 to $20,000 VAT that they cannot afford.
Yes, yes.
If, on the other hand, they went to the U.S., their cost is covered 100%. Where do you think they would go, Madam Speaker? Why would I stay here to pay an additional $20,000 after the insurance has paid my claim, when I can go to the U.S., receive discounts and no additional charges? Madam Speaker, they must think of it seriously. Again, I am amazed. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
taking it as profit.
That's not true.
road traffic insurance follows the same pattern as the insurance the health insurance that I spoke about. And the question must be asked, is the government, to balance what they want to do, will they do the same thing to vehicular accident, your claim? After the insurance pay the $4,000 or $5,000 claim, will you now have to pay $400 or $500? Madam Speaker, the government must think serious about that. I am amazed at the PLP administration that professes to care about the people would do such a heartless thing. I know you don't agree with that. I won't call names, but I can see faces. The Minister of State in the office of the Prime Minister has foreshadowed numerous times the need to increase NIB contribution rates. When this happens, more money will be taken away from the Bahamian people by the Davis administration. And to compound all of this, we see and hear story after story at how frustrated Bahamian businesses are with all the requirements needed to have their businesses properly licensed and registered. You need to visit the inner city and see the frustration on those people's faces trying to receive or get their business licenses. They send you to get this form and that approval and this piece of paper and the next piece of paper. Madam Speaker, individuals cannot tolerate such requirement. And when you think you have gotten it all, they send you back again to get something else. This process is especially frustrating for small business owners who do not have all the staff, accountants, and lawyers to go and get this done for them. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister sought in his statement to try to convince us that everything is fine. It is true that the Bahamian economy has improved since the worst of the pandemic. As more people in the world were vaccinated, the populations developed natural immunity, the virus has become less of a threat. Consequently, the world has opened up. People feel more comfortable traveling now, and that is why the Bahamian economy is doing better, which began on the FNM's watch. The country was not in recession when the PLP came to office, despite the Prime Minister having repeatedly saying otherwise. How can we trust his statements on other financial matters if he can't even get the simple fact correct? I am pleased, Madam Speaker, that our tourist arrival numbers are once again above 7 million. It would be good to know, however, how many of these are stopover visitors. Madam Speaker, the Davis administration is pursuing policy after policy that makes it more difficult for our people while this recovery is happening. When he's not having fun while on his overseas trip, it seems as if this Prime Minister spends his free time coming up with new taxes and fees and requirements to impose on the Bahamian people. This was not what the people expected when they elected him to bring about the new day he promised. The single mother of four, Madam Speaker, did not expect the Prime Minister to impose a tax to make her food more expensive. The father of two, who works hard to take care of his wife and children, did not expect the Prime Minister to make his electricity bill even more expensive. The teacher did not expect him to cause her health insurance bills to become so expensive that she might not be able to pay for medical bills. The small business owners did not expect this new day Prime Minister to make getting his business license and other requirements so complicated that she is considering shutting down her dream. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance is consistently bringing forward policies that harm our people. He lacks compassion for the poor. He is indifferent to the increasing burden on the middle class and on small businesses. His fiscal strategy, Madam Speaker, his fiscal strategy seems to be to squeeze as much money as possible out of Bahamian people as quickly as possible. Now, Madam Speaker, listen carefully. His policies, the Brave Davis tax and the Brave Davis inflation, are squeezing every red cent out of the Bahamian populace, while millions of dollars have disappeared from Bahamas Air by travel agents in Haiti, travel agents and baggage handlers. Millions of Bahamian taxpayers' money has disappeared and they have remained quiet. Where has the money gone? While money has disappeared, we, the taxpayers, must pay.
The chair recognizes the
I would ask
West
the member to
Bahama.
support his argument. You're making a very serious allegation. I'm asking the member to support us with support of the argument you're making. That's all.
I want you to deny it. Your Bahamas Air is hiding information from you. If you want to know the exact amount, I can give you the exact amount, but millions have disappeared by the travel agents in Haiti and baggage handlers. And maybe that is why you see Bahamas Air suspends flight to Haiti. No, that's a part of it. That's a part of it. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Deny it. I want the member to deny it.
The honorable member for West Grand Bahama.
The member for Kalani, a responsible member of this House, a senior member of this House, former Prime Minister, knows full well that you can't just simply make an allegation where you implicate so many across the board. You have to be very careful about that. So we're asking you to substantiate the argument or withdraw till such time as you can.
Madam Speaker, it is quite evident that the member is in the dark. I am not withdrawing anything, and I want the member to stand on his feet and deny it here in Parliament, as opposed to saying he is unaware. Madam Speaker, in a Nassau Guardian editorial last week entitled "Hospital Woes," the paper noted, I quote, "During the parliamentary debate on Wednesday on the new nurses and midwives bill, the former Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis, and the current Philip Davis traded barbs on which government bore responsibility for the deplorable state of Princess Margaret Hospital." It went on, late in his term, in August 2021, Minnis' government signed 2 contracts totaling some $90 million for infrastructure upgrades to PMH and Rand Memorial Hospital on Grand Bahama. The works at PMH were to include repairs of the eye ward, female medical physiotherapy unit, children's and male medical wards, and further provide for construction of a new infectious disease ward and the construction of a 6-story structure to house a new obstetrics and gynecology ward, a children's ward, a surgical ward, medical ward, private hospital boarding rooms, and ancillary services. Madam Speaker, I want to say that we had actually received loans for 4-story, not 6. The Guardian editorial continued, the project was to be designed by the Beck Group, the company that designed and oversaw the state-of-the-art critical care block at PMH, a project launched in 2011 by a prior F&M government and completed in 2013 after a number of changes instigated by the succeeding PLP government. On Grand Bahama, a new 4-level hospital complex was to be constructed at the Rand Memorial Hospital. Funding for the contracts had been secured and the loan was guaranteed by the World Bank's Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. The new Prime Minister, Philip Davis, toured PMH days after coming to office in 2021 to get a full picture of what was happening in the country. He described conditions at PMH as dismal and bleak. It went on to say, yet Prime Minister Davis's government canceled the contract of PMH repairs and expansion and returned the funding. It went on to say, smaller contracts were later awarded to local companies for various repair work, while the new government explored its election promises to construct new hospitals on green sites on New Providence and Nassau. Last Saturday, Davis toured PMH to view ongoing repair works. He said he would be fixing it. Disregarding his visit to PMH in September 2021, Davis surprisingly said on Wednesday that he did not know the PMH was in as bad a condition as it is. He offered no explanation for not having dealt with this dismal and bleak conditions he found there more than a year ago, or how it was possible that he, the Prime Minister of Bahamas, did not know or hear about the miserable conditions at PMH. The site of the new hospital on New Providence has not been identified, though all reports made during the past 40-plus years indicate that the present site of PMH is the most suitable for a hospital in New Providence. Funding for the new hospital has not been obtained, according to Davis. Financiers are now taking a look at the proposal. Madam Speaker, a previous FNM government did extensive research into whether to build a new main public hospital on New Providence. It was the view of many that such a cost would be too high in the terms of the funds needed to be borrowed and would add too much to our national debt. Further, the current site of PMH was deemed an appropriate location for the main hospital. The decision was to, over time, refurbish and rebuild PMH in stages. The FNM began this with the critical care block, and we were moving with a 4-story block just east of the critical care block. My administration secured the funding for the next stage, even as we did repairs of accident emergency and started rebuilding the Rand Memorial Hospital. Many recall that during a previous PLP administration, when the Prime Minister served as Minister of Works, the PLP spent millions on Carnival while neglecting the need for PMH. This is typical of them. They prefer song and dance and public relations and big talk over substance and action. The FNM also invested heavily in telemedicine, which the PLP mostly abandoned during a previous term in office. They talk big, Madam Speaker, but deliver very little. For example, many of these big foreign direct investments they are bragging about will amount to very little. We have seen this PLP movie before. The problems we see at the Princess Margaret Hospital is the Brave Davis's problems and disaster, because had they followed through what was there, the new 4-story would have been complete, being near completion 2 to 4 months from today. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
Madam Speaker, on coming to office as Minister of Health and Wellness, we immediately plowed to see what was left behind by the Free National Movement.
Some tents in the yard.
And what we found out is this 4-story tower that the Prime Minister speaks about. It's 4-story according to the Prime Minister.
No, 4.
It's 4, okay, thank you. Funding was at the bank. Well, no, not at the World Bank. It was here at, it was from the World Bank, from the mega loan facility. And we moved very quickly to see the extent of the financing. What the Prime Minister failed to report is the fact that the loan was tied up. The construction loan for the hospital was tied up with another type of financing that this administration was uncomfortable with. So we went back to the bank to debundle that financing, sir, and the bank refused us. Because the other financing had nothing to do with the hospital, we thought it best to return the resources back. And that particular funding, we were not pleased because there was something in the air. Something in the air that didn't smell right about the funding. And so before we went ahead and dive into something that we didn't know about, we went to the bank to ask them to debundle the 4-story complex from the other funding, and they refused to. You either take it the way it was or let it go. We decided to let it go and refinance with the Mega Group and the World Bank for something that was more appropriate. Second of all, there was no funding in place for Grand Bahamas, sir. It was an illusion. Stand by. Stand by. I can't talk that yet. I can't talk that yet. We'll talk it soon.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Word they use for the member in the public, but I won't say it.
You can use it on me.
I won't say it. No, I won't say it.
it.
But yes, there was some bundling, and that was for Small Business Development Center. The $20 million was taken out for the Small Business Development Center so that individuals, small businesses whom we cared about had access to funds to expand and develop their businesses. Check the records. Check the Bahamians. And Madam Speaker, the interest rate was 1.89%. Now, with all these PPs, I want the minister to come in here one day and tell us what type of rates are he talking about. And if you're giving 8% rate, 9%, I want to lend myself.
What is a PP? What is a PP? What is a PP? Ask him what a PP is. You are too enthusiastic. What is a PP? He told me what is a PP, man. What is a PP? Tell us.
But I am more, Madam Speaker, I am more concerned with the Bahamian populace, and therefore I am more inclined to lean more to the loan with a 1.8% interest rate, which would be extremely beneficial to the Bahamian populace. Madam Speaker, Bahamians, let me give you the exact amount. It was 1.89750%. 1.89750%. Okay? Madam Speaker, Bahamians are frustrated. They are increasingly angry. They now know that the new day was only for PLPs. PLPs get contracts quickly. They are they get high-paying appointments. They get approvals for their projects. They get to travel around the world. If you are not one of them, if you are not wearing yellow, there's nothing for you in this new day but higher taxes, higher crime, and more frustration. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister keeps promising to fix the problems facing this country. He has pledged to fix crime crisis. He has pledged to fix the educational crisis. And now they're about to have great sporting events at the National Sports Center, but it's declared as unsafe. Unsafe. The bar joints, which holds the roof, the bolts are rusted, and some are not there. It's unsafe. We had a tender process for repair before we would commence any games there. The tender process, I have the documents. The tender, I don't come here without documents. The tender process varied from a low of $24,900,000 to a high of $36 million. Madam Speaker, I agree with helping our young people. But I do not agree with playing Russian roulette with their life. Nothing may happen, but don't play Russian roulette. Let's get it repaired. The tender documents are there. Madam Speaker, he has pledged to address immigration. He keeps promising, and while you're at it, the swimming pool also, the swimming pool, that is in a bad state. It needs $4 million in repair before you place any form of events there. The Bahamas is stuck where the Prime Minister was most talk and little action. What is clear is that the Bahamians know this leader can't help them. Madam Speaker, in fact, they know that when he brings forward a new policy, it is likely to make their lives worse. It's a tax policy. Our people are getting angrier and more frustrated with a leader who is only here to do for those very select few on his side. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, everyone else is being punished by PLP actions and decisions that make their bills and taxes go up month after month with no relief in sight. Our problems are mounting and getting worse because of an absentee PM who is in power but not in office. And I want to put one question, Madam Speaker, one question, and that is, was the National Insurance Employees Pension Fund, was that invested in FTX? And if so, how much money can we potentially lose? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Kalani rests its case.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker, I undertake to ask the relevant individuals at National Insurance and provide an answer for the Honourable Member from Kalani.
Thank you. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
What you asking for? I know what you're asking for.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very privileged to rise in this honorable House on behalf of the good people of Engliston. Engliston is what may be described as an inner city community, such that the member for Kalani just spoke of. And they will not forget that when the member for Kalani speaks about the tax exemptions and all of these benefits that he extended to the inner city communities, he purposefully, deliberately, politically excluded the people of Engliston, and they will not forget. They will not forget. And so I begin in that way, Madam Speaker, because I want the Bahamian people to reflect that what the person we just heard from just now is the very same person who just a few months ago governed this nation. Y'all give me a break now, please. Governed this country in a way in which caused great distress to the Bahamian people. Have a good day. But I start with Engliston because I want to talk about some of the work that we're doing in Engliston. I just want to say that we are busy working in the community, addressing roadworks. There's several paving exercises underway, road patching underway, drainage in multiple communities. That's an area that has... Yes, lights going up, but the drainage it's an area where there's tremendous flooding for children who are walking to school or people trying to go and catch the bus, and the drainage works are underway. And just this weekend or a few days ago, over 60 derelict vehicles were removed. And I just want to thank the Minister of Works, the Minister of the Environment, I don't see him here, for their collaboration and cooperation with us in the community of Engliston. And I also... So I mentioned, I started with Engliston. I want to remind the member for Kalani that he engaged in very sharp political practices that were not transparent and really not humane. And so I'm just amazed at his incredible passion in here for all of these things he spoke about. But I wanted to begin really, Madam Speaker, by paying tribute to one of our former principals and administrators, Mrs. Joan Gray, who died recently and will be buried in a few days. And I wanted to pay tribute to her for her life and for her service to this country. She began as a trained teacher in 1979, and one of her first postings was to 8 Mile Rock. She went into the Family Islands, and then she was posted at SC McPherson, and then she went off to do her bachelor's degree, where she obtained second-class honors in Bachelor of Education. She taught at C.H. Reeves, R.M. Bailey, where she became the year head, and then she went on to SC McPherson and C.R. Walker, and then she became acting senior mistress at that school. And one of our members in here, Mr. Flowers, advises that he was a student of hers. And he mentioned to me during the break that what was remarkable about her, she was a disciplinarian, but she never meted out discipline before allowing the child or the student to express themselves as to how the dilemma arose. And oftentimes, it led to a greater level of understanding and not necessarily the outcome which was originally anticipated. But she was then promoted to senior mistress. She was transferred to C.C. Sweeting, where she became the vice principal. When she was promoted in 2007, and then she became principal at that school before she was administratively assigned to the Ministry of Education in 2023, and she died not long afterwards. But there was a memorial service held today at the Ministry of Education, and it was carried live. And the commentary under the live feed was just so incredible. And one of the people said, this was an administrative employee who worked with her in one of the schools, they said that it was the one time in their lives that they felt whole in working with someone, and the way in which she recognized the humanity of people with whom she worked. And she was a brilliant educator and a wonderful leader. And the loss of her loss to our cadre of leaders in the Ministry of Education has been just tremendous. And I want to use this opportunity to pay tribute to her, to thank God for her service, her life, her dedication, her incredible devotion to developing young people in this nation. And she, in fact, educated and raised and reared and mentored a generation of young people. And so this is really a very momentous loss, not just for the ministry, but for education and for the nation. And I want to extend heartfelt condolences to her children and her grandchildren, and in particular, one who I know quite well, which is Christopher Gray, who's an air traffic controller. And I know that this is a very difficult and painful time to them, but I celebrate this example in our nation. And Madam Speaker, we look to see more and more examples like this of how, that allows us to shape and mold young people so they can move forward in developing this nation. I just want to I'm going to speak about education very shortly, but I wanted to just reiterate what the Prime Minister said. This story, but it's late, it's late, it's late. And, he was very careful to say that for this report, in a nutshell, what he's saying is this whole regime of this requirements and this legislation is irrational. It's difficult to comply with. And it makes no sense, because what happens is when you lay in November and the budget exercise comes months later, you're not able to capture a significant period in the budgetary period. So, we can come here and say, oh, you didn't do this, we're in a box right now, you didn't do this. But the reality is, the requirement don't make no sense. And so what the Prime Minister is saying, and the member for Freetown said, there is substance and there's form. And the bottom line is, the Prime Minister has undertaken that we are going to reshape the regime, add more requirements or more parameters to it so it becomes even more impactful and meaningful, and that from there, we will be able to move forward in a way that makes sense. I don't believe that y'all really had to be subject to this regime. In fact, the former administration, Madam Speaker, passed just before the election this slew of legislation that I guess they thought would impress the Bahamian people or maybe tie the hands of a succeeding regime. But at the end of the day, is not rational. And so when you send out this message about you're late, it has to be seen within the context of something that is a legislation that's cumbersome, that's irrational, and is difficult to make sense of at the end of the day. In any event, it's been laid, it's here, we're talking about it, we're moving on. And as the Prime Minister has pointed out, the substantive issue is the budget exercise, which is coming up in 2 weeks' time. In 2 weeks' time. So let us not send this message out. This message, you breaking the law and you this and you that, and so that you seek to manipulate how Bahamians are viewing this entire exercise. The other issue I want to address is... No, I can't read that one. I can save that for you, PM. The other issue is the BPL issue, this hedge. Okay, we heard this refrain that over and over and over and over and over, that the cost of electricity is higher because of this hedge and on and on and on. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people know what time it is. I wonder if people remember there was it might have been last year or year before, under the prior administration, we had lights for about a week, people sleeping on the beach. Anyone remember that? Yes, ma'am. BPL has been plagued with issues. And I remember raising in here when the former minister of BPL was in here, and about solar energy, and he told me solar energy don't make no sense. Not in the Bahamas, that's what he said. You remember that? He said it don't make no sense. Now, when you talk with the board, I hear you saying, but the board said something to the, Marco City said the board say something. I want to know which board. Because there was a board sitting with a distinguished professional, and they disappeared in controversy because there were concerns about transparency. BPL has been problematic long before we got here. And we can go on and on. Let me look at my notes about BPL, man. The Shell deal, the mysterious fire. Whatzilla? I mean, who can tell us why BPL is in the shape it's in? A hedge deal? A hedge deal? And the Prime Minister explained the hedge deal, whether it's accepted or not. He indicated, and let me just make sure I get my words right. He said that the fuel hedges purchased are still in place and aligned to the fiscal year. On taking office, the window for extending those contracts closed because of, and this is his words, unexplained indecision. Unexplained indecision of the prior administration. By previous, and just to remind the member for Marco City, you were a senior member of the cabinet. You're talking about who was voting for what. You were sitting around that table. Some very strange things went on while you were sitting there. So, Madam Speaker, we're talking about you right now, though. No, Madam Speaker.
I was with you in the previous administration.
And so I got you. And the Prime Minister points out that in September of 2021, which is when we took office, BPL was a distressed company. Who don't believe that? Who in the Bahamas don't believe that in 2021 September, BPL was a distressed company? Who don't believe it?
As it was in 2000.
You trying to create this narrative that no one buys into. BPL was mismanaged under the prior administration. And we're not going to forget it.
Yeah, you all buying into it. That's why you all keep it talking to people.
And you left us holding the bag. And now you come in here talking about this, that, and the next thing, man, hedge and all of that. BPL was mismanaged and was very muddy, the stuff that was going on at BPL. And the member for Charlotte has said that there's an audit going on, and I am looking forward to that audit, to see what that audit tells us about BPL. So while we hear about hedge on the one side of the mouth, Madam Speaker, let us remember on the other side, very weighty side of the mouth, that there are some very significant questions to be asked about the management of BPL and the state of BPL as a result of that mismanagement or mismanagement. We've heard some things about crime, right? And I was just trying to understand this. We talked about the levels of crime, et cetera. Well, we know the levels are high, and they've been high for a little while. It's not new. In fact, when the prior administration left office or took office, in the year they took office, you had, let me just see, I think it was over 122 murders when they took office. And so there's always been, and then even go back and when this and when that, let's get real, St. Anne's, man. We have this issue. But what is interesting, and that is why I want the former administration, those who still represent that party in here, I was reading an article by Nature Human Behavior, a research piece by a number of contributors, and they were studying the impact of staying at home and curfews on crime. And this is what the finding was, and they looked at a number of countries in the Caribbean, Latin America, United States, et cetera. And just to summarize, our findings show that the stay-at-home policies were associated with a considerable drop in urban crime. So they make a correlation between the curfews and a drop in crime. And then they said, but it has substantial variations across cities and types of crime. Meta-regression results showed that more stringent restrictions over movement, which is what we experienced, in public space, were predictive of larger declines in crime. But even with that, I just looked at the numbers, even with that, in 2020, according to what I've seen here, and these may be underrepresented, there were 73 murders when we were locked down. 73! And then in 2019, there were 79. So the homicides. And so, you really, I don't know what point you're trying to make, that we have a very serious issue. I've said that over and over in this place. And the member for Freetown has said that unless we get a handle on this, he made reference to a 15-year-old, what you say? Triple murder. Okay, if we don't think that that is an issue that we all have to be concerned about, but we could play political tit for tat, it's up to you. But I am concerned about the trends and what we are seeing, and I believe it's very important that we stop trying to say, you, because when you were there, it was you. And we're here now, you're saying you. So the bottom line is, so we have to, you cannot speak credibly on this issue. That's all I'm saying. And when you speak about it, we are hoping that you do so in a way in which that is helpful to ameliorating this dilemma that we face as a Bahamian people.
Change some laws, improve some
yes.
laws. Let's go.
And so, and then, I think I saw someone on that side talking about immigration. It might have been the member from Marco City. No credibility. Your whole approach was lukewarm from day one. It wasn't you? Okay. It's St. Barnabas. It's St. Barnabas. Freetown say, prove it wasn't you.
No, I'm not smart enough to talk to you. I
but the former administration was very lukewarm, and I want to say the member for Carmichael has been aggressive, sustained, focused on this issue. We ain't seen this for a little while.
Y'all haven't given him enough credit yet to come in here and read a whole article to get it. Y'all is just shameful. You have to support your colleagues.
But one thing I will say, though, what the former administration did do, though, was bring legislation that allowed for foreign labor to be an incentive to them coming into the economy. And it was the Commercial Enterprises Act, remember? That was your contribution to immigration in this country. Let us never forget.
How many people came, by the way? Just curious.
It was plenty. When I had asked, one company had over 50.
Yeah?
Yes.
Which company was that? You want to say that on the record?
No, I don't have. I can get you. You right there. It was your former minister. You didn't ask him. You didn't concern yourself with this. Wow. So, Madam Speaker, I just think that, Madam Speaker, that, I want to talk about education a little, because I think education is very important to advancing the nation and moving us away from this state of mediocrity, particularly some of what we hear in this parliament, so that we're able to achieve a higher level of human development in the country. What we have sought to do, and we're going to talk about this when we get to the budget debate, but what we sought to do, Madam Speaker, is a couple things. One is we wanted to find out what were the root causes of underperformance in education in this country. And as a result of that, we have a research that is going on right now with the University of the Bahamas to find out what are the factors in the Bahamas that are influencing outcomes in education, in our examinations, in literacy, etc. And that work is underway. We're also preparing to do research in mathematics to see how we can ensure higher performance of our students in mathematics. Because what I've been told is that when you look at how our Junkanoo costumes, it's aerodynamics, it's physics, it's mathematics, so the innate ability is there. The problem is, how does that translate into the formal structure of the classroom and examinations? So that work is underway. Additionally, we're looking at the GLAT results, which are examinations done in grade 3 and grade 6, and they're assessment tests. And we are analyzing them to see what it is telling us about our children. And one of the things we're looking at, and I don't want to talk too much about it, is that because we don't have universal pre-primary in this country, not yet, we are looking at how we can cause for grade 1 to be more facilitative of students entering the classroom for the first time. And that is, as a result of that, we are going to review the curriculum for the students in the early years to see how we can ensure they get the fundamentals, which is English and mathematics, what they call the core subjects. And so that work is underway. We're also reviewing the curriculum to ensure that it's not overloaded, to ensure that it reflects not just academic subjects, but it includes technical and vocational subjects, but also that it emphasizes how we look at our nation, how we look at ourselves, how we look at each other, and so that we are able to ensure we breed healthy citizens who within the country itself. Additionally, so this is work that's underway, and the bottom line is we wanted to go to the root, not to just polish the surface and keep going, to go to the root, to find out how we can ensure higher student performance, and all of that is underway. The second issue is we've been working on the infrastructure. I went to Government High a few months ago, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing in Government High. I'll just leave it there. And so significant work was done in Government High, and the student morale is lifted. They have wonderful leadership there. And we did work in CH Rees to improve the labs, et cetera, in CH Rees, better lighting, cooler with insulation, et cetera. At T.A. Thompson, that's another story for another time. I won't go into that. But that was a school that had serious engineering issues that were very concerning. And that has been completely redeveloped. And then, of course, we did work at Uriah McPhee. We're doing a pavilion there. Uriah McPhee is an air-conditioned classroom. And we're doing a pavilion which allows the children to go outside into the fresh air and to be able to experience learning in a different and less confined environment. And Columbus Primary, and on and on and on. So we have been working step by step, little by little. We have some schools we're trying to finish to improve the physical environment of young people when they go to school. Yes. I know in one of the schools, the bathrooms are painted black. And so we had, we went in there, and if you go and see it now, it's beautiful. It's beautiful bathroom. So children come in from whatever areas they're coming from. I don't want to identify the school. It's what's wrong with it? You figure it out.
No, I mean, I'm just curious. Racial overtones to
Yeah, okay, go ahead. No, the overtone is thinking that that's appropriate for young people and children to come in that environment.
just criticize.
And so, Madam Speaker, the other thing that we've been working on is enhancing communication. So we've been meeting with parents. In fact, we're going to meet with them on the 8th of February nationwide to talk about what we're doing and to get their buy-in. We've also had meetings with teachers, with administrators, and in fact, there was a forum with principals, first time ever. I sat in a room with principals from every island and school in this nation, over 160 schools, and we talked about the issues that they face in their leadership on the campus. Additionally, we've been focusing on the teacher, and we did a survey to ascertain issues. We call it the teacher morale survey, but to ascertain what issues were disturbing teachers, what did they appreciate, what they didn't appreciate, and that report has come back, that survey, and we've now appointed an implementation committee that's going to look at the recommendations and be able to see how we can enhance and improve how teachers feel as professionals in the classroom. And we're working, the career path is now underway to create super teachers who are able to move up within the classroom and not necessarily move out to attain promotional experience. And of course, as you would have known, in the industrial agreement, we increased salaries and new benefits for teachers. We're also seeking to bring higher emphasis on sports, and that's particularly after-school sports, but not just that, to see how we can track sports performance with tertiary education and scholarship opportunity. And that work, sports, after-school sports. How we can track after-school sports. We do PE too, but sports I'm talking about. Track after-school sports to tertiary and scholarship opportunity so young people can go off to university and pursue careers. We're also, we brought in someone from the University of Bahamas to help us in a very interesting way to see how arts is integrated into core subjects. So for example, like in mathematics, how you can show geometry by painting and other forms of art and other subject matters also. So it's an integration of art into what would be regular core subjects. And it brings a more rounded appreciation with greater depth in understanding. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is that we have a psychosocial committee that was appointed. They've done surveys. The findings are very concerning about some of the stuff we've seen about how children have been impacted in the post-pandemic reality. We're still in a pandemic, but now out of the lockdowns. And that work, there are a number of strategies that will be deployed on school campuses to allow us to help our young people develop in a more whole way as a result of the experience of having lack of socialization. Many children face difficult circumstances in the lockdowns, etc. The other thing that we're doing, and that is now underway, is the learning loss. And the training has already begun with the teachers, and we're getting ready. I think this week we're going to begin in some schools testing young people to find out what, if any, has been the impact of COVID. All of the research is saying everywhere, for everyone in every country, that this is a real issue, and our teachers are telling us they see it. So this is going to be universal testing to measure the learning loss and then to put in place strategies to help young people catch up. This is going to capture children who have been the victims of social promotion also, who might have had gaps long before a pandemic. But we're hoping that this will allow us to help young people stabilize and catch up on just basic subjects and be able to enjoy the foundational platform to grow. One of the biggest challenges is the reform of the bureaucracy. I talk about it a lot. I won't say much more of that today, but that is a major issue in this country. We still have manual systems. Everything takes too long. It counters our progress as a people. And so it's compelling right now to address this. And so that is the next step that I want to see in my ministry, is to see greater automation, digitization, so that we're able to respond quickly. We don't have to wait while a teacher is on the island forever to get the geography or their geographical to them, or whatever it is. We want to be able to, we want the system to facilitate, not frustrate, the objectives of education. And finally, we want to create greater buy-in of the community. And so that work, that's a bigger task, but all the time we're speaking to the media and to wider bodies to explain to them that education is not an exclusive exercise. When a 15-year-old comes out of the system dysfunctional, frustrated, whatever it is, we all gonna pay a price. We have to all enlist in ensuring our children get the best education in this country. And finally, we want our young people and I've put some words here, our objective in education. We want them to be strong, confident, creative, skilled, proud, critically thinking, not just accepting things by rote, but looking at something and analyzing it, turning it upside down, coming with an alternative theory in things. This is what we're looking for. We want our children to be imaginative. And because I believe, Madam Speaker, this is when you will truly marshal a new day in this country. We're doing our best with whatever we're doing here, there, and everywhere. But I think that raw material, if we do that right, we will truly see a new day in this country. Because the current status quo cannot be sustained. We need Bahamian people. In the 50th year of anniversary, let's talk about it. We want our people to come of their brilliant own as to who they are. And so I just end by saying that that in education, we know we have to create structural reform, greater equity, and that these things inure to the greater benefit of our country, the promotion of peace and prosperity in the Bahamas, and that we begin to really, once we do this, I guarantee you will see improved social conditions, you'll see the eradication of poverty, you'll see a more progressive, inclusive economy, and you will see the amelioration of violence in the Bahamas. Yes. But on the other coin, you will see a progressive, healthy, thriving, just a fresh nation. But we have a lot of work to do. The pandemic has done a lot of damage in this, and we had issues before this. It only exacerbated it. And so we have to purposefully look to see how we can craft out this new day. In education, the work is underway. The work is underway. And we are tapping deep into the incredible talent and wealth of our children and our young people. There is nothing more valuable in this nation than what they bring to the table. And through this educational process, we will jump off the script to do all that we can to ensure that our young people find that space and place where they are able to just do it. They'll be able to do that. The words escape me now, Madam Speaker, because it's beyond expression. What I anticipate, we will see. So again, I thank you, and I look forward to the budget debate, which is the true, I guess, discussion, and we'll be there shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Cranber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the member from Angliston, a very good report. I have a question. You mentioned this study that is being compiled by my alma mater, the University of the Bahamas, to do it. Yeah, our alma mater. Sorry, and many of us are here. Oh, all right, we all alumni. Yeah, yes. College of the Bahamas when we went there. It sounds like a very innovative study. Good study. Do you have any idea of timelines when that will be completed? Because and help me to understand it more in detail. Junkanoo incorporates art, math, physics, engineering. So this is going to bring out a lot of the strength of the students. And perhaps it's time for us to start thinking about shifting our curriculum, because I think we are forcing the system too much. And perhaps coming out of this we're going to have some changes in the curriculum that will determine the strength of our students. So instead of going the traditional way, we'll perhaps now redirect them and form a curriculum that is more relevant to the future Bahamas. Is that the intention?
Looking at factors that influence learning. There is the math study, which has the RFP is being completed on that. That's to see how we can improve performance in mathematics. But there's a third thing, where we have someone who is in-house with us now from the University of Bahamas, who is assisting us with integrating the arts into core subjects. So like let's say mathematics. You will have in that paintings, maybe you would probably do geometrical shapes, etc., and on and on. So it's the integration of the arts into core subjects. And, and we're going to watch it to see whether it improves learning outcomes. So there are a lot of things going on. But our children are brilliant, and we start with that premise, and we know that we are not saying what we should be saying from the young people in this country, because the potential is just so enormous.
But no timelines yet.
The UB study is a year, 12 months, and it's well underway. The RFP for maths is not out yet, so that's a work in progress. And the consultant we have is engaging in a pilot project with 2 schools. And I think it's 15 to 18 months. He'll be working with these concepts of integrating the arts into core subjects. Okay, thank you.
Asmini, the chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course. You didn't need to remind me. You didn't need to remind me. Put my glasses. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I begin, I think that it would be appropriate in my mind tonight, this evening, to start off by channeling the member for Carmichael and say, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable to thy sight. Madam Speaker, I thank Almighty God, who is the great architect of the universe, for allowing me to stand here today in another beautiful day, beautiful evening in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Yes, sir.
I stand here, continue to contend, as I always do, that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is, despite our challenges, is the greatest nation on earth.
Yes, sir.
And I make that statement for one simple reason. Name me a country of 400,000 people that has achieved what we have achieved. And everywhere you go around the world, where Bahamians are, big things are being done. And so I am grateful to Almighty God that He has allowed me to be born in the greatest nation on this earth. Madam Speaker, the member for Angliston, in her conclusion, she said a number of important things, but there are 2 things in particular that I just wish to mention that I think is very valid. And that is that the critical thinking that we want to encourage our young people to bring to their view, to their aspirations, and their belief of what the Commonwealth of the Bahamas needs to be. But I do feel, too, that critical thinking has to be something that, no doubt, needs to be more resonant and more robust in our dialogue about the national affairs of the country. Madam Speaker, I came into politics trying to be every day faithful to some very fundamental things And I won't suggest that I have a monopoly on that. But since I'm speaking now, and one of those things is that I don't believe in, and this may be politically naive, but I'll say it anyway, I don't believe in attacking people. I believe in attacking ideas and policies and positions. Because the truth is, despite the fact that we may try to suggest some other things, all of us love our country, and there are good people on the other side opposite. I just believe, and the members of the opposite side just believe that they've attached themselves to some bad policies and bad ideas, and I guess they would say the same here. But I say that because often when we start a debate, the choice is never really, does that make sense? Is there a legitimate position being forwarded? It just falls into the baskets and the categories of, all right, they say it, so it don't make sense. And while that may be some good political theater, it's definitely not good for the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. We have Robert, but Madam Speaker, I want to talk very briefly before I get into some aspects of the fiscal strategy report, about this issue of immigration. And as I do, Madam Speaker, I want to just make a particular point. I remember, well, now that I've gone through two election campaigns, but in particular the last election, when oftentimes the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, as leader of the opposition, or even on the campaign trail, would say some things. And oftentimes you'd be in discussions, and you know how it is with your supporters, right? They say, oh, he ain't making no sense. He ain't making no sense. I would always say, listen, if you are a student of politics and if you understand politics, sometimes you have to ignore the messenger and listen to the message, because at the end of the day, at different times, what we say reflects what's going on with the Bahamian people and what they feel. And I jump off from that point on this issue of immigration, illegal immigration, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this body that makes up 39 members of the Progressive Liberal Party and members of the Free National Movement, will have the distinction this year of presiding over the legislative affairs of our nation in its 50th year of independence. The question, I believe, that history will ask, did this distinction, just stay there? Did we capture the imagination of the Bahamian people? Did we transform our country and made major progress on the issues confronted by our people, issues of real economic empowerment, crime, education, healthcare, and immigration? Madam Speaker, I rise today, as I always do, with my love for the people of St. Barnabas and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It is that love, Madam Speaker, that comes to speak up front with a sense of urgency on my lips and love for my country and the people in my heart. I offer these words today, moved by the weight of conscience, service to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and duty to the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, I emphasize that I offer these words not to those who love their party, but those that love their country. I offer these thoughts with the risk of being misinterpreted and my words distorted and mischaracterized as political speak and pandering. But Madam Speaker, I gladly take that risk this evening. I offer these words as a Bahamian who has been moved by the events of the last few months and the cries of our people, the Bahamian people. I offer this on behalf of future generations of Bahamians and as a parliamentarian whose job it is to echo the voices of the Bahamian people. For my voice as an elected member, Madam Speaker, is not my voice, but the voice for the people of St. Barnabas and the people across the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I do so by the urging of none, but to echo the frustration of our people who have said, enough is enough. Madam Speaker, from the outset, I reject those that view my views as divisive or insightful. The honorable member for Elizabeth said this morning, and she threw caution to the power of our words, which I agree. We must be responsible, but we must not forget the power of our necessary courage to have an honest debate that entrenches and fortifies the Bahamian people in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, that the Bahamian people come first. I am not anti, the leader of the opposition is not anti, this opposition is not anti any group of people or ethnicity. I am unapologetically pro-Bahamian, and we say Bahamians voice in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I have one place where I was born, one place I call home, and one place where I wish to die and be buried, right here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I pledge my allegiance to the flag and to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for which it stands, one people, united in love and service. Sir Cecil Wallace Whitfield said in an historic speech that democracy and truth are hard and demanding taskmasters, and we are confronted in our democracy and by a truth that political expediency can no longer hide or allow comfort. There comes a time, Madam Speaker, in a nation's history where the people can no longer bear the burden of unfulfilled dreams and unresolved challenges that impact future generations. This is not about which political party you serve. This is not about the F&M or the PLP. This is about country. The illegal immigration crisis is not a new problem, as the member for Angliston just said lastly, but we are faced with a new version of it right now. Sir Lyndon Pindling said, if as Bahamians we are not prepared to stand up and fight and defend your own Bahamas, you don't deserve to have it. These words were not literal in its context, Madam Speaker, by Sir Lyndon, but it was more a challenge to all of us to always safeguard and prioritize the interests of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the Bahamian people. The Bahamian people bears no hate or disregard for any group of people. We are a loving people, Madam Speaker. We accept that many attempt to make their way to and through the Bahamas in search of a better way of life. But the fact remains that the Bahamian people deserve a better way of life in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas first. Where else can we go as Bahamians to live our dreams and aspirations if not the Bahamas? Where else can we secure a better future for future generations if not the Bahamas? We must not move by hate. We must act, we must act, Madam Speaker, not moved by hate or any other, but a love of our own people. Bahamians first in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people feel that not enough is being done. That's not a political statement. I referred to what I said earlier. If you want to forget the messenger for a second, go ahead, because this ain't about me. And again, let me just say this, Madam Speaker. There has been a lot of conversations about the protests and so forth. What we have to be careful of, in my view, is that we don't paralyze the need for us to have a serious discussion about the impact of immigration on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that we have been dealing with for, I'm 46 years old, 40 years. So there is a space for critical thinking, not buying into any xenophobia, any hatred of any people, but a legitimate discussion as we celebrate our 50 years of independence and on other issues, not just on the immigration issue. But what do we want the Bahamas, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, to be for Bahamians? This is not an isolationist view. At the end of the day, the Bahamian people have to feel that this place that they call home is for them first. And you can get into the weeds of what's happening in certain quarters, but there are thousands of Bahamians that don't necessarily feel that the way that we are conducting the affairs on this issue puts them first. Let me also take this opportunity to say, Madam Speaker, we know many of us in here, I know I have, been the benefit of a number of persons who have migrated from other countries, particularly our sister Caribbean countries. I wasn't only just taught by Bahamians, and some of the greatest impact, persons who've made the greatest impact on me, have not just been Bahamians, but been persons who have come to the Bahamas and joined in with the building of the Bahamas in many different ways. So, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people feel that our nation needs a serious plan, not just a response to what's happening now, but a serious plan about who will we be in the next 50 years relative to all aspects of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I believe, Madam Speaker, that this Parliament has a duty to act, and I do believe it starts with the formation of the Select Committee on Immigration as proposed by the opposition. Madam Speaker, I trust and hope that those few words on the immigration issue would provide a small piece of the necessary dialogue that I believe that we have to embrace to advance this. Because if we don't, this will continue to be an issue now, and it will be an issue in elections and parliaments to come. We have a duty, so the question is, what will this Parliament do, those of us who are here, in the 50 years of independence? Madam Speaker, I turn now to the Fiscal Strategy Report. Madam Speaker, you know, I heard today, I guess the government continues, in our view, to want to continue to make excuses about where the country is. The truth is, Madam Speaker, what is real and what we say in here, what is real is what the Bahamian people are feeling. And right now, Madam Speaker, that they feel that everywhere they turn, they're being taxed, use that word very broadly, they're being taxed, that the burden is increasing on them every single day. Every single day. People are talking about the cost of food, the ability to provide for their families. And there is no doubt in the Bahamian people's minds that many of the decisions that are being made, and lack thereof, in terms of the government, is the reason why their lives are becoming more and more difficult, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've heard through the debate this morning this notion of where our country was on September 16, 2021. The truth is, Madam Speaker, and we would have said this before, in 2021, when the Progressive Liberal Party came into government, the economy in 2021, at the end of 21, grew by 14%, Madam Speaker, by 14%. That does not happen from September to December. It does not happen from September to December, Madam Speaker. And I can recall, Madam Speaker, in October of 2021, just a month after the general election, the government announced that the country was $90 million ahead of revenue targets. And then in January, the government touted that we were $160 million above forecast. And so, Madam Speaker, you know, it's not, even with that one, it's not magic. That didn't just happen. It happened because there was sound economic policy in place despite having to deal with a global pandemic. And the Free National Movement should be credited with that. Madam Speaker, they have acknowledged it too, you know. In the mid-year budget debate, last year's mid-year budget debate, the government said, because we came into office in mid-September, much of the performance that we are reporting on relates to the activities of the previous administration. That said, there's not been enough time for the full effect of some of our decisions. To work through the economy, there are enough positive indications for us to be cautiously optimistic. Madam Speaker, so there's no doubt that this government was a beneficiary of a reignited economy and increased revenue. Madam Speaker, Sir? Okay. Madam Speaker, I turn very quickly to the matter of BPL, and that's been a hot topic today in here. The truth is, Madam Speaker, while there would have been issues extending beyond this period as we go back, the reality of it is the government's position, or lack thereof, on the hedging and the delay, Madam Speaker, has made the problem worse, and as a result, you and I, but most importantly, our constituents all across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are experiencing unbelievably high electricity bills. And the reality of it is, no matter how the government tries to duck it and dodge it, it is their responsibility why it has gone so high. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I remember last year, the BPL was asked about this. BPL was asked about this, about the decision to delay, and here's what Mr. Cambridge said. When asked if the 7-month delay of the hike made the situation worse. This is The Guardian, article by Jasper Ward. Okay. The date on this was October 5th, 2022. When asked if the 7-month delay of the hike made the situation worse, Cambridge said, once you delay, you accumulate. So there was an accumulation of arrears, which we're now seeking to recover through the glide path strategy.
You're delayed.
So, Madam Speaker, the reporter was asking specifically about this government's delay. So there is no doubt that what the Bahamian people are experiencing and will be experiencing is due in part to a great measure to what the government has not done on the issue of BPL and the delay, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the government, it's amazing to me, I think somebody said it earlier about the, sorry.
Beat me up today. Tell him you beat me up today. I said, tell him you beat me up today.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. And so, Mr. Deputy, let us look at what we talk about, the decisions that the government has made and what is left for the Bahamian people. What is left for the Bahamian people, and what are they dealing with, and what they have to contend with? Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian people sees this government as a tax and spend government. Tax the people and spend. They see tax breaks for the rich. They know yachts. They know persons on real estate over $2 million. This government felt, for whatever reason, that it was okay to give them a tax relief, but yet put 10%, 100% tax, 10% on bread basket items. Also, Mr. Deputy, what the Bahamian people are also complaining about as they continue to hurt is the fact that VAT was also on medication. And that's particularly something that's even more frustrating as now they're contending with this government's proposal as it relates to health care. That's going to cause their health costs to go up even more. Can you imagine those persons in our country that continue to have to deal with non-communicable diseases, and now we are making it more difficult? They see the increase in travel spending. The opposition, the leader of the opposition, and all of us have consistently said it isn't about the prime minister traveling. It's about the large delegations. So the Bahamian people see all the sacrifices they are being asked to make, but the government not making the sacrifices. On Grand Bahama, the people of Grand Bahama and the people in the Commonwealth of Bahamas was told that the deal was imminent, that the deal was coming. The government said that Grand Bahama, that what was happening would make Grand Bahama grand again. Grand again. No, we are no happier. We are no happier than when we all were on this side and provided accountability and a critique of what the Bahamian people were feeling. Okay? High electricity costs. Mr. Deputy, in the Eleuthera, the people are complaining. The water can't stay on, the light can't stay on. Like I said, the people can't flush their toilet. People can't. I talked to a lady in the Eleuthera the other day. She said, let me go bathe, Mr. Cartwright, before the water go off.
In 2023?
Right? Yes.
Okay.
Right? So this is what the Bahamian people are experiencing, Mr. Deputy. More Bahamians are going hungry. The UN and local NGOs have talked about the fact that Bahamians are skipping meals. Not to mention, Mr. Deputy, the displacing of dome residents. And when that happened in Abaco, people are still this day don't understand why the government did that. So much so that the members on the other side talked about it and felt that the government's actions were wrong.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you. So, Deputy Speaker, I hear the good gentleman speaking about things that I don't believe he has a full comprehending or understanding of what's going on. When he started speaking about the domes, I don't think he understood that the previous administration had left them, my fellow Abaconians, in these domes, and children playing in sewage in the afternoon because they never had the heart to cap off the septic tanks. So when it rained, it would come into the streets and children playing. Inside the domes was a health hazard, full of mold. Residents still to this day have health problems for what they left behind. Bahamian people. To this day, we are still trying to put back infrastructure that has been dilapidated and torn apart over decades of F&M representation in Abaco. They closed the sports facility saying we don't have any sports people in Abaco. I don't know what God to say about that. Deputy Speaker, he's speaking about domes. And I'm seeing and feeling and lived in real life neglect in Abaco, one of the strongest economies in the Bahamas, period. And he's speaking about domes that left people in health crisis. In health crisis. Left Abaco people to die. Charged them to get out after Dorian on Bahamas there. Hold on.
Let him finish, St. Barnabas.
When he speaks about
let him finish.
When he speaks about an increase of economy, well, let's take into account that they shut the whole economy down for COVID, locked everyone up, closed all the doors and whatnot, and so on and so forth. Of course, there would be an increase. What's the net? That's the gross. What's the net? And see the economy grow still. Tourism up. Good work being done. When you speak about VAT and tax to the Bahamian people, 60%
I just want to get
increase in VAT.
Let him finish.
That was the previous administration. That was the F&M administration. 60% increase across the board in VAT. So when you talk about
let him wrap it up.
When you talk about tax, talk about that. When you talk about domes, you talk about Abaco. Abaco, all I see is neglect and no heart sitting in front of me.
Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Deputy, I'd like to move a resolution for the House to continue beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond 7 p.m. today. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond the 7 o'clock hour. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether the member for St. Barnabas can lay that article that he referred to on the 5th of October by Jasper. I mean, can you do it now so we can review it?
Once I'm done, I have a couple more minutes. I'll lay it. I don't have no problem doing that.
Okay, good.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, thank you very much. Mr. Deputy, I respect the members taking his opportunity to elaborate more other than what I talked about. Right? The simple fact is, Mr. Deputy, right? The simple fact is, Mr. Deputy, right? September 9th, this is the Guardian. This is Jasper Ward's day. Abaco MP, demolishing domes, the wrong course of action.
My. What's the name of the Abaco MP?
MP John Pinder II said the government's decision to stop. Mr. Deputy, Deputy, can I finish? Right?
Let him just finish the article and then Central.
Said that the government's decision to start demolishing domes in Abaco yesterday, I quote, was the wrong course of action.
Yes. We agree with it.
And Mr. Deputy, I want to be sure to say this, I don't want the member, yes, and I will table this. I don't want the member to believe that this is about he and I. This is about a legitimate issue that he spoke to.
Yes.
Now, if he decides to backtrack on that, he has to deal with that with his constituents, right?
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you. Well, it's nice when the news and media consistently misinterprets what I was spoken about. That was taken out of context entirely. Something that wasn't of that. What it was speaking of was time. And transferring things in a due diligence way, which technocrats on the ground were a little haste. The fact of the matter is, it was I, in collaboration with my good colleague, that pushed forward in removing those domes so we could have the affordable housing program. And now, furthermore, putting up there, this good colleague has put forth a rent-to-own program. Revolutionary. Revolutionary. So the misleading of pretty much half of every time I speak to the media is a problem. They look for a piece of a 20-minute conversation to take 3 words considerably out of context.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Well, then I can't tell the honorable member what he should do. But maybe he should take legal action because there was two more quotes. The other quote is, I'm heartbroken that they went there this morning with a bulldozer. And then next again, I believe that was the wrong course of action, and I stand with my fellow Abaconians, and I will do whatever I can to help him. So the question is, the member that his constituents will ask now, are you still standing with us?
Yes.
Mr. Deputy, what's the point of order? No,
the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you.
Did you say it?
My fellow Abaconians know I stand with them.
Did you say it?
That's why I stand here today, is to stand and speak for them.
Did you say it?
I've spent my entire life, 35 years of F&M representation in Central and South Abaco, ripping the island apart, dismantling it piece by piece. And that is why I stand here today. Few did what I did after Dorian. I stand with my people then. I stand with my people now. I can stand with them tomorrow. And this administration, this Davis Cooper administration, has Central and South Abaco in their hearts.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Also, Mr. Deputy, there are members of the unions. There are members of the unions that have chided this government and said that this government has been guilty of union busting. And they have expressed that, Mr. Deputy, that this government is guilty of union busting. Not what I said. This is what the union said.
No, that's a cabinet minister protege behind me.
Madam Speaker, also the Bahamian people are concerned.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro. Deputy, I know that being in opposition is tough, you know. And so you have to be reaching and reaching and reaching and reaching. And I just, honorable members, order. It's almost to the, it's to the annoyance of many, right? That we prepare for a debate, Mr. Deputy. We look at the content of the bills. We prepare, and we come here and we contribute to that particular bill. There is a narrative, and Sanans can be disrespectful because he has been like that for a very long time. He is my MP, so he could shout across it and we speed it up, but Yamakro hears him. A lot of Yamakro knows. And I would say, no, this is specifically about what's going on. So the honorable thing to do in this House would be, if you have a question on a particular topic and it's answered, that we can move past that. Over and over again, there is, after an answer has been given, legitimate facts, there is a reissuing of statements that have already been cleared up to an annoyance of intelligent people who watch these debates and the Bahamian public. The unions, the opposition, particularly St. Barnabas, who has made this statement over and over and over again, should be quite ashamed to even call union name in this place, in this honorable House, Mr. Deputy, because for him to talk about union busting yet again, since he has said that, more agreements have been signed, more raises given, more work benefits given, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. And the same quote that he claimed that he got from someone on the street, right? That they claimed they told him. That agreement has been signed. And the next agreement after that for that same union has been signed. So there is no union busting. And you should apologize to the unions. You should apologize. I'm on my feet. And you should apologize. You should apologize to the unions, the laborers in this country, the workers and the serious people who have kids to feed and send to school, who go out there and fight for what they want. You should apologize to them for the fact that you can sign but one agreement, when in 1 year we've done more than a dozen. So don't stand up in here and call the name of any union unless you apologize to them. Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Deputy, the audacity, in my view, of the honorable member to ask me to apologize. He needs to apologize on behalf of his government for the amount of taxes and the amount of fees that they're putting on the Bahamian people, right? Putting on the Bahamian people. The Tribune article, December 1st, 2022, says, stop union busting. Now he could get into all of those verbal flips and so forth. The union said stop union busting. No, my brother, honorable member, you have to be daft. Because at the end of the day, I'm repeating what the union said. They said stop union busting. That's what the member said, stop union busting.
Honorable members.
So, you would have, Mr. Deputy, he would have had more credibility if he had stood up and said, he would have had more credibility if he had stood up and said, you know what, we signed these agreements, but honorable member, you are correct that the Public Workers Union did say we were guilty of union busting. Then you would have credibility. But he did not say that because he wants to cherry pick what he wants to cherry pick.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura.
Mr. Deputy, right? The member is being very offensive, right? And Rule 18 states, right? On his feet, he said, but it's if you're going to ride with it, I'll let you ride with that. But what we are saying, Mr. Deputy, is that the same union leader he is quoting has since signed 2 agreements that was left by their administration. They refused to sign. That same union leader was marching in the streets saying that they couldn't get, and they left government without signing that and many other agreements. In the space of 1 year, the public service have signed more than a dozen union agreements and preparing for the renewal of those agreements. So again, every time he comes up, and we can do this all day because you are misleading. You are playing with the Bahamian people emotion. The workers of this country.
Honorable members.
The workers of this country.
The chair recognizes.
I'm on my feet.
Let him finish. The chair recognizes honorable member for Yamakura.
It is misleading. It is misleading. It's an untruth. And if you're owning that statement to say that the government is guilty of union busting, right, then own the statement because you are absolutely wrong. And you owe the workers of this country an apology. You've been running through back doors and all up and down Bay Street trying to hide from union leaders, and you have the heart to come and talk about union busting. You all have no credibility when it comes to labor in this country.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, my good brother.
Honorable members, order.
Honorable member from Yamakura.
Honorable members, order.
Honorable member from Yamakura, right?
Hold the clock, please. Please.
You don't need a SWAT team to come in the house. Police that escort you to work.
Mr. Deputy, the good member from Yamakura, right?
Huh?
A good speech ain't gonna take the place of what the Bahamian people are feeling. Yes. So a good speech ain't gonna do that. So he can try that all he want. That's what the union said, and that's what I've conveyed to this House, Mr. Deputy. All right, okay? Mr. Deputy, this tax and spend government, Mr. Deputy, this tax and spend government hurting the economy and the Bahamian people. As I said, the recent announcement by government of a tax proposal that will make health care more expensive for Bahamians and limit access to affordable health care has justifiably angered the Bahamian people. The government promised to lower the cost of health care for Bahamians in their blueprint for change. With this decision, the Bahamian people will now pay more to keep themselves and their loved ones healthy. The poor, the elderly, and many of our fellow Bahamians battling with non-communicable diseases will be further burdened financially. Madam Speaker, as I said, Mr. Deputy, as I said earlier, this is after they put VAT back on medication. Back on medication, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian people have been shouting their dissatisfaction with the tax and spend government that continues to reach into their pockets and choke them economically. They are pussing, as my constituents say. They are hurting. They believe that the government, again, is asking them to do so much, but yet the government doesn't want to make sacrifices. They are taxing the Bahamian people and bringing the struggling families to their knees. How much do they expect the Bahamian people to bear? Since coming to office, the government has focused less on innovative plans and policies to spur economic growth and ensure real prosperity, but rather, they have relied on increasing government fees and overtaxing the Bahamian people. Every other policy, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, can I have 2 more minutes, please? Thank you.
Yeah, you can wrap up.
Thank you. Every other policy Every other announcement involves putting another burden on the backs of the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, the reality of it is, no matter how the government tries, the Bahamian people don't see it. They don't believe what the government is telling them because what they are doing, they are feeling what the government is doing to them, Mr. Deputy. In fact, Mr. Deputy, this fiscal strategy report lacks any strategy on many of the fundamental things that the Bahamian people were hoping for. There's no strategy for reduction in spending, just tax and spend. There's no strategy to create new revenue sources, just tax and spend. There is no real strategy on job creation, just tax and spend. And there's no real strategy on growing the economy, just tax and spend. So on behalf of the Bahamian people, we ask the government to stop taxing and hurting Bahamian families. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, just before the Prime Minister wraps to end this debate, I just want to say a few words, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister stated very clearly this morning the purpose of the fiscal, the construction of the fiscal strategy, and the fact that much work is required as we move forward to ensure that it aligns with the budget. Mr. Deputy, it always amazes me as you listen to the side opposite, the fact that you are providing for this Parliament a fiscal strategy with your projections and everything else you wish to put in place. And they know that the structure allows for change, it allows for amendments, it allows for a government to prepare itself for where it's headed. This fiscal plan certainly spells out what we intend to do. Now, as I listened to the member for St. Barnabas, he talked about there's no strategy for this, that, and the next. Well, the truth is you will have that because, as was stated, it will come as a part of the budget, which is aligned with the fiscal strategy report. But one thing I can't allow the member for Central or East Grand Bahama to get away with today, and I won't, his attack on Grand Bahama and his nothing's happened in Grand Bahama argument. One of the members, he was not there in the last administration, but you had 5 members. 5 members in Grand Bahama. And the only thing I ever hear y'all talk about in Grand Bahama, what you did was this backyard farming. That's the only thing I hear Central Grand Bahama talk about. And it's true, he's done some work there. I give him credit for that, but that's all. I haven't heard anything. And when you talk about the disappointment reference to the hotel, well, who bought the hotel? Who purchased that hotel? And what plan did you have when you purchased the hotel? And how many times you told us that the deal had been done for the hotel?
You took it away.
And ain't nothing happened with the hotel. Nothing. And what about the airport? And what about the airport? No. What about the airport? What about the airport? You purchased that too. And then you claim how you paid little or nothing for it. What did you do about it? And what was your plan for it? You had no plan for it. And then you talked about nothing happening in Grand Bahama. I heard you say today that the Port Authority must go. And while there are those who will support, that's what you said. You said there need to be changes. I wrote you down, man. I wrote you down.
Yeah, let just let him. The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
I did write it down.
Mr. Deputy, if I'm going to be quoted, at least quote me correctly.
Okay, what did you say then?
I said that there has to be change at the Grand Bahama Port Authority. I didn't say they must go. I said there has to be change at the Grand Bahama Port Authority. That's what I said.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, the member said a number of things. And I was shocked by the things he said, so I wrote them down. That's what you said, my brother. And you said more than that. You talked about a number of things that if the Port Authority can make happen for Grand Bahama. That's what you said. Well, I didn't hear you say it when you was the minister responsible for Grand Bahama. I hear you say boo. You didn't say that when you were minister responsible for Grand Bahama. I didn't hear you say a word when you were minister of finance. The truth is, you are now talking about Grand Bahama when you sat in the chair as the minister for Grand Bahama. But I can't hear you, and I don't remember anything that happened. And so all I'm saying is, when you are here talking about the people of Grand Bahama let down, you're trying to attack the ministry for Grand Bahama, and we can allow that because the minister has been working left, right, and center to try to do the work. Y'all didn't do anything in Grand Bahama. So that's not acceptable. The more things we've done and we will do, and we will fix it. We will fix it. But how could you? You're the former minister for Grand Bahama. And not one thing can be pointed to. And so, Mr. Deputy, I can't allow the member for East Grand Bahama to do that because he sat in the chair when he was talking about Oban. And how good it is. You were there for Oban, weren't you? Man, I find it to be so amazing with them. See, man, Mr. Deputy, one of the things about being a member of a government is you take full responsibility. That's right. That's what you do. But how could you one day sit there and talk about all that's going to happen for Grand Bahama, because I read all of his statements, but all the great things and nothing happened. And now today to come and to appear to attack the government. Unacceptable, Mr. Deputy. And we won't accept that the minister responsible for Grand Bahama has made announcements, has been a part of the new day in Grand Bahama that's developing. And Mr. Deputy, what's fundamental, Mr. Deputy, is that progress also requires patience. Absolutely. The two P's go together. Yeah. You can't have progress without having some patience. And the truth is, everything we're doing, Mr. Deputy, I remember when they went down to Grand Bahama and they opened the bridge. They opened the bridge in Grand Bahama. But now the bridge is closed because of the surface, Mr. Deputy. Now the question is, what happened? And why wasn't a full, proper work done before that was open, Mr. Deputy, to ensure that it was assessed properly? And Mr. Deputy, we were building an administrative complex, will be finished. It's now finished. It's now finished. It's going to open very soon. The school in Holmes Rock will be open in several months. All things that are happening. I remember when y'all took over in Grand Bahama, I remember what you did in my clinic. The first clinic you opened, the only thing you opened, was the West End Clinic, built by this good doctor here. The West End Clinic. The minister for Grand Bahama was responsible. That's the first thing you opened in the entire country.
Had nothing to do with it.
But the next thing you did was you went to 8 Mile Rock and you shut down the hours. Wow. That this minister and others we allowed to open until 11 o'clock. You shut it down. So don't tell me about Grand Bahama. The minister responsible has changed the hours again. Change the hours again. All I'm saying, Mr. Deputy, is this. When we're talking about progress and where we want to go, we have to always in this country, and particularly with this administration, and I want to congratulate the Minister responsible for finance, the Honorable Prime Minister, but my colleague, the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you. Job well done.
My colleague, the Minister of Economic Development. I mean, he says very little, but he does so much.
Absolutely.
And look at the work he's doing. That's why the Prime Minister celebrated him this morning. Because in 15 months, Look where we've come from. After the pandemic, after Dorian, look where we've come from. We have things going on all over the Bahamas.
That's right.
And we shouldn't be proud? Of course we're proud. Do we have more work to do? Of course we do. And are we going to do the work? Yes, we are the fixing government. And we're not going to stop until it's completed.
That's right.
From East End to West End, and from Managua to Bimini, all over this country. Work is continuing. And that's what the fiscal strategy report says. It lays out the plan. And our midterm budget, when we come and talk about the programs and the policies, you'll see what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, President, who's running?
I'm the member of Parliament for West End and the Bimini constituency. I'm a proud member. I'm a proud member of the Davis administration, and the leader of our country, Philip Davis, is one who we support. He's the leader of our party, and that's unquestionable. So that's all we have to talk about. And I want to say, Mr. Deputy, that we condemn the individual or individuals or any group or any bodies that believe that they should threaten the life of our Prime Minister or any member of this Parliament, but certainly for threatening the life. That is something that must not be accepted by any member in this House of Assembly. We must condemn that kind of behavior, because if anyone believes it's acceptable, then we're taking our country down the wrong path. We condemn it. And I stand, Mr. Deputy, I condemn that behavior. Mr. Deputy, I also want us to reflect on a lady who we saw sitting here last October. She was sitting in a wheelchair right there. Her name is Yvonne McDonald. She was honored by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture for the work she did with Girls Guides and the work she did with her husband in the marching band in Grand Bahama. Mr. Deputy, she's now left us. That woman made an incredible contribution to this country. And when I spoke with her husband last evening, he told me that he's been unable to sleep because just to believe that she's gone. Mr. Deputy, what a wonderful woman, and the work she did. Another of our people who might not be one of us who sit here and might not get the headlines every day, but certainly one who's made an incredible and outstanding contribution to the growth and development of our country. Mr. Deputy, I want us to remember her tonight because she was a great Bahamian. Mr. Deputy, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Angleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The member for St. Barnabas quoted from a document, and I asked him to see it. I think he's about to lay it, but he kindly allowed me to see it. And I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe he gave the impression that Siobhan Cambridge at BPL said in an interview on the 6th of February, written by Jasper Ward, that the delay in the hedging, he says, and he quoted, once you delay, you accumulate. So there was an accumulation of arrears, which we are now seeking to recover, etc. But in fact, his quote is talking about something completely different. He was talking about the fact that there was a delaying of increasing, or the hike. In fact, I'll read it. When asked yesterday if the 7-month delay of the hike in costs made the situation worse, Cambridge said, once you delay, you accumulate. So he was talking about the hike in cost of electricity, which the Minister of Finance, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador held back on before putting that on the Bahamian people. That's what he was saying. He's saying, you know, it made the situation more challenging. This has nothing to do with any hedge. And I just want the record to be reflected there. We can get back 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Just a word to the member from West Grand Bahama. You mentioned the bridge. And yes, it is closed. There was some additional safety measures that should have been put in, was not done prior to the occupancy certificate being issued, like the rumble strips, the signs that will encourage persons to slow down. But one of the things that I advocated for, no, listen, I'm not casting the blame right now. Listen, what I'm saying is the lower road to West Guantanamo, to you, Mr. Speaker, the lower road that existed before the bridge, one of the things that I advocated for, and I'm hoping that you can carry it on, was that it remains a service road, because there will be time when we need to repair the bridge. The bridge is only designed to carry 15 tons, which, and from time to time, there's a need to carry large equipment or machinery down to Bahama Rock. So let us make sure we push and we have the alternative road, because again, there will be times when there'll be wear and tear on the bridge. And also, let me throw this one in there. Don't forget the Smiths Point seawall that was also done under us. So, give us some love there.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas. Order that the documents be brought up. Order that the documents do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's very, it is, there's something called proving a negative. And it is always unfair to put persons to proof on what I call matters of substance, which is negative. It's difficult to prove a negative, right? And so, for example, the contributions from those opposite was laced with what they heard, mostly second-hand information. I hear from the board that Shell bill was paid off completely. I mean, if you just look to your left, East Grand Bahama, he was Minister of Finance. I don't think he'll agree. He will not make that wild statement. But I think he appreciates, when he sat in the chair, that this was part of the legacy debt. This was to be paid whenever the rate reduction bond was successfully launched. But here, I see why Kalani is so inspired. Kalani. I see why you and Kalani are so inspired. Yeah, I see why you all are so inspired. But you could have someone who wants to be prime minister, right? And I don't. Let me just put this way, right? I don't discourage ambition. I can tell you what, I don't discourage it at all. But just remember that ego is the enemy. Right? And grudgeful. But to say things like that, right? And you don't correct him because you want him to go down that line, right? And so, look, you see, again, so we ought to, and I say this with utmost of sincerity to members here present. I've been in Parliament for a long time, right? And I could tell you, when I sat over there, the member who sat right next to me, he made plenty. He used to get up and start. Who's that? The member from Fort Charlotte? Not Fort Charlotte. It's Fort Charlotte? Fort Charlotte. Yeah. And he used to say all sorts of things. He was walking down the street. His constituent told him this. That constituent told him that. Constituent told him this and he told him that. And when he sat down once, he started with the member for Engliston, then he started with, what he hear but me? And, and he's saying these things. Right, the first rule of thumb as an honorable member of this House is to test before you repeat what you hear. Test it. Test it. Right, just make sure it's true. Because, you know, I told him, I didn't say, oh, I just whispered something to him. I say, man, let me tell you what I heard about you. Remember that story? No. I told him. And what I heard...
How he went to the bathroom and look what he come back talking.
Well, that's another story. That's another story. But I told him, and the story, what I heard, a lot of y'all would have heard about him. And I could have said it, but that you don't go to destroy people on second hand unless you test what you hear. Right? Because you're opening up a door and you're starting a debate that will not help either of us. It can help no one. So I just admonish, if you're going to say what you hear, please test it. Because a lot of times what you hear is only to tear down, right, to scandalize. Just look at what you're hearing, right? What is, that's what it's about. Test it. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's not my style of politics. You never hear me come in and say, I hear this. No. From this, I speak what I know. And that's what you ought to be doing. And if you hear me say I hear, I have a source that I could refer to. Right? And I can understand the source. You know what I mean by understanding the source? You quoted a source that you thought supported your view on us, how the hedge costs BPL all that money, right? You quoted the source, and you quoted Siobhan Cambridge, which is that's been a credible source. But when you read and understand what he said, he wasn't talking about the hedge at all. See, when you look at it, he's talking delay in hiking the cost of electricity on the backs of Bahamians. What that costs, right? That's what that is. So just understand the context. So all I'm asking, honorable members, if you're honorable, that's what you need to do. Test and consider what you are going about. Now. Also, now, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
The building was insured.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The statements we made for the last several months are statements that we stand by. This administration received, just in case for a moment, the lecture that you all were happy to receive, whether you think for a moment we are dissuaded. I want to be clear that the statements we made from the outset was that this administration came to government in September before the inflationary pressures changed conditions in the market that would have made hedging inappropriate or not advantageous. Just let me finish. Let me just finish the statement. So the member, what I want to say is the member.
That's not a point of order.
Complete my statement.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's not a point of order.
And so again, they had a window of opportunity, both on the hedge program and on the rate reduction bond, before the inflationary pressures change conditions. That is undeniable. And so I want to say to the Bahamian people, no matter how one inflects their voice, moderate it up and down, it does not change the material fact that the bills of Bahamian people have been increased by 163% because the fuel charge, this administration has in fact increased, it has gone up, which has resulted in the increase of overall electricity bill. So whatever the discussion is afterwards, that is the fact. Your bills have gone up.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Listen, what he's saying is totally false and inaccurate. Right? He now introduces now a new thought in this process. And that thought is inflationary pressures.
That's
Only
your
came.
Your word.
When I talk about inflationary pressures, listen, something wrong. You're not wide, you know.
Honorable members,
You wide
order,
properly?
order.
No. I have to ask you why. When did I say anything with inflationary pressure? No, I'm not dealing. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister, the honorable member for Cat Island has the floor.
I have to wonder, you know, when he stands up, you know, he just looks at the camera. I mean, you put on a show for the camera, that's fine. But understand what I never said, Mr. Speaker. What I said, Mr. Speaker, what he's bringing this, it is just a new thought about inflationary pressure now was not as though the hedging, the hedging was impacted by, or we said or suggested that inflationary pressures was one of the reasons why we may not have done the. We never said anything about inflationary pressures. And in fact, right, market conditions at the time, was such that we had any number of issues to deal with before talking about hedging. But the point here, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about our conduct in this place. I wasn't talking about the point of the hedge funds or not. And I gave an example of how not testing, when you go down the path of speaking about what you heard, right? You should ensure you test it or have a source. And even in identifying the source, you have to be careful and read what the source is saying. And I just gave an example of something that was just what the member for Engliston just pointed out to the member from St. Barnabas. And so that's all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. We need to, in this place, it's very easy to come in here and say what you hear about somebody. And anybody, right? And so, Speaker. Now, you know, Speaker, there's another.
Every one of you say, I am advised.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
It's nothing unusual about that. Scurrilous allegation.
There's a distinction between I'm advised and what I hear. Right? That's two distinct propositions. But just let me say this too. The member keeps talking about the law being broken, You know, again, I ought to. You know, there's a saying that the law is a donkey. Yeah, the law is a donkey, right?
Is a donkey.
Yeah. Right? Now, a donkey, you know, the word, you know what we call donkey, right? And if you go and you Google what that means, you'll see, I'm not going to use the other word for thought that it might mean something else. But in talking about the donkey, the law is a donkey, I'm thinking the reason why they say that is because they use the donkey because the donkey is considered, you know, an obstinate and stupid animal. Right? That's what the donkey, that's why they say the law is a donkey, because the law could be stupid and obstinate. And it's considered that way when you look at its application. So, for example, the rigid application of the letter of the law is, when it's seen to be contrary to common sense, that's when they say the law is a donkey. Right? No, you don't. No. You apply. No, there's rules of interpretation. Right? There are rules of interpretation, and you could go to the Privy Council and you could find all of them. Right? If you look at the Act, the Financial Fiscal Responsibility Act, it's procedural in nature. It speaks about process, right? And so when you think about common sense, and when you talk about what is procedural in nature, if the procedure don't make sense, right, then the rules of interpretation will come to say, well, look, this statutory procedural matters are not, is what they call the servant, is not the master. Right? It's the servant, is not the master. And therefore, it is the mitigating factor, because it don't make sense to take 2 months of information, right, put it out in November, and then what, about 8 months later, you're then going to be putting a budget for us to discuss. Things like that, the timelines, right? Does it make common sense to be debating this and that? Yeah, and we are doing that, and we will do that. No, we will do that. No, we will do that. We will do that, because it is, right? And so, anyhow, so I won't get, I hear you talking about that, but I appreciate the political spin you put on it, but that is the clear response here, right? In this instance, this law is the donkey.
That's right.
And we'll correct it. It is obstinate and it's stupid. Don't make sense.
You're not above
right?
the law. You comply
And so,
with it and you change it. You're not above
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, I hear what the Prime Minister said. And our point when we continue to say that the law has been broken is that Parliament has determined what the process is. Parliament has determined what steps should be taken. It is not up to the central government or the executive to unilaterally make that change themselves. If Parliament has determined this is the process, then you come back to Parliament to make the change. And it is, in our view, disrespectful for the executive to make that change without coming to Parliament. And what it does is it causes you to lack respect for that act of Parliament.
Thank you, honourable member.
But there's also the process. First of all, we met no mechanism in place. By the no. I hear what the law say, but accompanying the law, you should have put resources and a mechanism in place to be able to comply with it. You all left none in place. None was left in place, and so we have. Not with respect to the fiscal strategy. The fiscal strategy, I'm telling you, none was left in place, right?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
This is not the first fiscal or the second fiscal strategy that we've had. This is the fifth fiscal strategy that we've had. And the fifth fiscal strategy that...
And none was on time. No time was put on time.
Prime Minister, I have understood your point exactly. And if you determine that this should change, then it is not up to the executive to change it themselves. It is an act of Parliament, which means it must come back to Parliament in order to change it. And unless you do that, you are breaking the law. That's the point.
I hear your point.
Same thing to us.
No.
Look, if you were on this side and we did that,
Let me ask you a question.
the same thing to us.
No, but I'll hear what you have to say as to why. Right, that's what I'll say. And if you don't accept it, that's another thing. As you don't accept our explanation now. Right? Now, you see, I could say the same thing. You all laid the pandemic spending report yet? Was that ever laid?
No. Have you laid it?
No. No, I trying to find out what y'all did to lay it. I trying to find out what y'all did to be able to lay it. So don't.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
So we have said since the election on more than one occasion that it was our view that the record of the spending should have been laid. So we didn't mince any words about that. And however, a new government came in, and the new government has already missed the deadlines for laying the very same figures that the former administration did not lay, and several of us said it should have been laid. Why haven't you laid it?
Thank you, honourable member.
You don't have to worry about how I look.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Ken Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Why haven't you laid it?
Order.
Yeah. No, I haven't laid the pandemic spending because I can't find the information. Right? And I can tell you this, right? I can tell you this, right? As late as within the last 3 weeks.
What did y'all do?
Right? Monies were still being returned. Cars and boats and other things were being returned to the police. That was supposed to be money spent. I can't. I'm saying this now, but I can't. No, don't tell them too much. So I can't lay no pandemic spending because I can't find the information. We're trying to find it. Right, we can't find the information. And just that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You see, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, the same complaint they're making. See, the government, the F&M administration, they had the same problem. See, they understand. They weren't laying the report either.
Y'all didn't do it in 2020?
In 2020, not until February of 2021. Right, same thing. Not from November 20 to February 21. What I'm saying, and I understood why, because of the challenges. You all don't want to understand. You all say I break the law. But you all, I'm just saying, and I'm not pointing, I'm not going to follow you all, but I'm just saying, is that I understood, and I'm standing up to say that the provisions of the Act is unworkable. They found it out too. So they, for example, in the fiscal report for November 2020 was not laid until February 2021.
Yes.
Right. So that is a non-issue for me. Right? We laid it, and it's there. Right? And we're going to fix it.
Okay. So
Speaker. And so, Mr. I know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sometimes I can't win for losing. They say I can't travel. Now they say I'm traveling too much. And someone here say all I did is talking. One time they say I can't talk too, remember that? They say I can't talk. And now I'm talking too much. That's crazy. what you want from me, man? Please, man. Y'all help, man. Help, man. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yeah. We are back in 2 or 3 weeks to debate the halftime budget when we will flesh out where we continue to head it, where we are, and everyone will have the opportunity to see and recognize what we have been doing, will continue to do, and point out to the Bahamian people that this country is going in the right direction. I don't want to. You think I take delight in the fact that the cost of fuel is rising around the world, that results in us having to have the throughput costs laid on the backs of the Bahamian people? I don't want that.
Sorry?
I don't take any delight in the fact that they're paying high electricity bills.
Please.
I don't take any, that's why I held it back. If I was gone out to do that, it would have been done a long time. When they first asked me to do it, in February of February that year. Right, so I don't take any delight in that. I know that the Bahamian people are under heavy burden. I know that. And we are doing our best to get it done. I was in Bimini, and I was encouraged and warmed by the fact that I went to this restaurant having lunch, and 2 waitresses came to me. One said, well, I've been a PLP all my life, and you're doing a good job. Another one said, well, you know. No, I can tell you what they say. I can tell you what they say. I can tell you what they say. Right, because what they say, I'm talking about fact now, which I could verify. What they said to me is that you're doing a good job, and when I asked them why, they say, well, you know, you raised the minimum wage. Isn't that a fact? I could say that. You understand? I could say that. Because I'm speaking, I can verify what they say, because I know I raised the minimum wage. And they were happy for that. Right? I got stuck because of the weather in Bimini. And when I went by the hotel, I met 6 ladies. And when I was walking, they say, my prime minister. As I look around, I say, hail them. And I went over. There were nurses who were visiting Bimini because one of them was having their birthday, and they were celebrating their birthday in Bimini. And they were saying, Mr. Davis, we're so happy for you because you've raised our salary, the highest increase we've ever had by signing our union agreement. And what is so, I say, what is so wonderful? What's so wonderful about it, too, Prime Minister? You understand our plight because you put in a retention bonus so that we could look forward to something, so we could hang around instead of being loyal to the United States or Canada.
Right.
That's what they said to me. So we are working for our people, man. Right? And ain't no one know more than me or better than me that there's still a lot to be done. There's too much to be done. Right? Cleaning up the mess and at the same time doing what we have to do to help people.
That's right.
You're doing that, man. That's the issue. Right? And so that's what we're doing. And so, and speak, Deputy Speaker, yeah, Deputy Speaker, I conclude by asking that we adopt this report. Vote for the resolution. And before I take my seat, I want to join with the member for West End in expressing my condolences to The wife, Leslie, I don't have my glasses here. Leslie, whose wife Yvonne died, McDonald, in Grand Bahama. They were quite a figure in Grand Bahama as a couple. Leslie McDonald and Yvonne McDonald, the Legends band, the marching band, and involved. She passed, and we want to convey our sincere condolences to the family. Thank her for contributions, and thank her husband for being by her side, because over the last several months, yes, she's been really bedridden. Yeah. And also, I take the opportunity to express my condolences to Commodore Smith, the first Bahamian Commodore of the Defense Force. I think he's also the longest serving Commodore. And he led that institution in its embryonic stages to be, and laid the foundation for what it is today. And we want to thank him and his family for the contribution he would made to that institution. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Resolved that the House adopts the 2022 Fiscal Strategy Report and the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
For the resolutions, Mr. Deputy, I now move for the suspension of the House.
Is there a seconder?
To Wednesday. No, there's no adjournment.
No adjournment. No adjournment. The suspension.
Wednesday, suspension. There's no adjournment.
Yeah, suspension.
To Wednesday, the 8th of February, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended to Wednesday, the 8th of February, 2023 at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended to Wednesday, the 8th of February, 2023 at 10 a.m.
All right.
Should we have been able to go down the order?